It's the boy goat. I okay. Evolving. Hey man, that like button, man. Man, King, what is the point of that link, bro? King got an answer to that, bro. We already know that the Packers wasn't going to beat the Niners, bro. The Packers can't beat a lot of teams. They lack a lot of stuff. So that video was one of the worst videos I've watched because anybody who watched the game knows the Packers are a regular season team, and they've been that more times than not over a long time. They've gotten one championship uh, since since '96. They've gotten one championship, and the one time they did get a championship, they had Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. I knew Jordan Love and the Packers is not built to beat the Niners, the Eagles, all those teams. We're just not built for those teams. We don't have enough defense. We don't have enough offense. We don't get no pressure. Rashawn Gary, he's not meant to be a first option, which he is on the Packers. He's meant to be a third option. Our defense ain't good enough overall. And our offense ain't good. Our O-line is shaky. Our receivers are shaky. Our quarterback is shaky. So I already knew that we were going to lose to the Niners because the way Jordan Love plays, I knew he was going to make mistakes because that's what he does. In big games, he disappears. He did it against the Eagles, did it against the Niners. The Cowboys game wasn't a big game because the Cowboys defense, the Cowboys are one of the worst at guarding the run. So they didn't force Jordan Love to throw the ball a whole lot. I mean, yeah, Jordan Love did make up plays, but that's because the running game was so good. It allowed guys like Dobbs and Watson to be just wide open. But when you watch the Packers play, bro, Jordan Love is not a big time performer. He's a guy that strengths when it matters most, as well as his head coach, Matt LaFleur. And Brian Bordeaux, you know what I mean, not doing a good enough job of getting players in here that want to play defense. Um, and same with the offense. Having Rashawn Gary as the lead man is not going to cut it because Rashawn Gary, he's a good player, but he's not meant to be a first option. So I don't see the point of that link, bro. Like everybody knows, the Packers was going to lose to the Niners. The Packers, they always lose in big games. We've done it a lot. Even with Aaron Rodgers, we lose in big games. But I trust Rodgers more. I trust Jordan Love. Jordan Love is not. He's the kind of guy that you can't count on him in big games. In big games, he disappears, as well as his coach, as well as the defense, as well as the offensive line. I mean, the list goes on. So I don't see the point of that link from King, man. King just he's just saying nothing. That link was pointless. I didn't see the point. King, stop it. Hey, King, man, how many drugs you take, King? Hey, King, if you take any kind of drugs, would you please tell me what kind of drugs you take? 'Cause the drugs you're taking is out of hand, bro. Whatever drugs you're taking, man, just be honest. Just be, cause come forward. Just be honest, bro. Whatever drugs you're taking, King, just be honest and forward, man. You don't gotta lie, bro. We ain't gonna tell the cops.
But no, I'm glad that someone else sees the light here.
No, man, we watching, we supporting, bro. Just want to shout out, all right?
Thank you, man.
All right, man. Have a good one, man.
Appreciate it. Take it easy. Who's up next? We got a lot of people here, man. We got like what? Like, you can see.
I don't care what they say about OnlyFans. That shit makes the world turn around. Yo, people need Jesus, baby. Yeah. We need Jesus out here, man. Keep doing your thing, bro.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, man, Jesus, doesn't matter what religion you in.
Yeah.
We all know the man did great things.
Yeah, I think pornography is one of the worst things to ever come through modern society. I think it's one of the most destructive things that we've legalized. Alcohol, drugs, and pornography are literally gambling as well. But pornography is one of the most pernicious things in society that we're currently allowed. So shout out to DeSantis for banning it. Who's up next? Who's up next? Man, we got a lot of people here, man. Big things here, fam. This is great. I don't bite, man. So I got a cute little dog. He doesn't even bark. He don't bite either. Anybody else? Why feminism is bad? Sure. You got a question. Okay. Sure. So you say women deserve yes, right? Yes, I think men need to enter relationships with healthy skepticism. Okay, so my question for you: do you feel that your mom, the doctor as well, deserves less? My mom deserves less. I'm asking you. Do you feel your mom is the one that you talk to? Was she first time my dad? No. Right now, do you feel your mom deserves less? Yeah, just get in line, man, and you can go ahead and get your That's thing. My question. Yeah, because here's the thing. I said at the beginning, it's healthy skepticism from the beginning. So my mom has been with my dad for 30 plus years. Are you talking about she deserves less now or back then? I don't. What's your? I just want to. Well, clearly now, no, because she's proven herself over all these years. But what I'm saying is going back to my. Because remember, you asked me, what do you mean by that? I defined it. Healthy skepticism from the beginning of the relationship. Then you went to about my mom. My mom has been in the relationship for 30 plus years, so she's built a healthy equity with my father. So clearly, she wouldn't need to deserve less because she proved herself. So that's why there's a disconnect there with your question. Okay. Hey, you can come on the mic instead of just yelling from the side if you want. Oh, I just want to be on camera. Okay. I got a simple question real quick. Sure. Do you fuck with Donald Trump? Of course, yeah. What do you want the next president to do? Man. If you had an opinion of who? Well, we don't know who's going to run. I think J.D. Vance is probably going to make a run, or maybe Vivek. On the Democratic side, they're in shambles. I don't know who's going to run on that side. They're even talking about Stephen A. Smith running, which is ridiculous, but the Democratic Party is absolutely cooked. They've lost the young men, and yeah, I mean, I like Trump. I mean, obviously, some of his policies I disagree with, like for his support for Israel, for example. I don't like that. Foreign policy could do some working, but in general, what's your opinion on Diddy? Why won't they do a video of him in court? So I was actually at the trial for a couple of weeks. All the witnesses ever went through. So there is quite a bit of evidence, but there are some things there that make me question the witnesses too. You think he's caught? You think he'll get through it? When the feds come for you, it's not a good time. And then, it's obviously Southern District of New York, very good prosecutor's office. They have a lot of witnesses. They're still not through. The trial's going to go into July. So, I'm just going to wait until we have all the evidence and go from there. But right now, I would say that his defense team has been doing a decent job of cross-examining witnesses. No, no worries. No worries. Cool. We can diversify it. We can talk politics and feminism and Israel, foreign policy, whatever you guys want. What's up next? What's up, man? How are you? Dude, what's going on with the Knicks right now? I heard they're like back to with the UK. I think right now they're in Romania. Obviously it's bullshit. Like, you know, look, I know Andrew and Tristan very well. These guys don't need to human traffic or great women at all. Like it's preposterous. So, oh, you disagree? No, they didn't get convicted of anything. You're wrong. What they get convicted of in what court? Okay, what did they get convicted of when? That's the problem. You don't know. They never got convicted of anything. They didn't get convicted of anything. So no, no, no. I just love it when hecklers talk from the side and they don't know what they're talking about. They're saying they got convicted. Like the reality is, they got arrested, right? And they still haven't had a trial, and they haven't been convicted of anything. So the real reason they're targeting them is because they have an enormous influence, a majority of young men. And when you tell the truth about certain topics, whether it's feminism, Israel, what's going on in the world, um, through corporations, they're going to try to silence you. Your ability to speak freely is 100% contingent upon your influence. I mean, I've dealt with censorship. A lot of my good friends have been censored. Sneeko was just here. They censored him. Nick Fuentes, they censor him. They censor Andrew Tate. So they only censor you when you tell the truth. They don't censor you when you're saying a bunch of bullshit lies.
So, like John Jones or Tom Aspinall.
Oh, I'm not a UFC guy, man. So I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't watch sports. So anybody else? But yeah, to finish your question, bro, with the Tates, man, like I said before, it's all lawfare. Lawfare. They did it with Trump. They did it with the Tates. It's just a common tactic whenever people end up having a lot of influence and they don't like what they got to say. You know, no worries. Who else? Damn, man, the people are scared to get on the camera, huh? Okay. We got like a bunch of people here. We got like 50, 60 people here, man. Yeah.
All right, man.
But
All right, hold on.
guys, we can talk feminism. We can talk. Sure. Oh, is this the first lady? Okay. Welcome. Thank you for being brave.
What do you mean by less?
I mean, men need to enter relationships with women with healthy skepticism and assume they deserve less.
Shouldn't that just be a standard regardless?
Well, that's actually a very good point. The problem is most men don't know that.
And I think that goes for both parties, though. I mean, there should be a healthy level of skepticism, understanding that everybody has a standard on what they can accept and what they don't.
Yeah, the problem is that with women, that's kind of taught and reinforced and natural. With men, it's not.
What? What is skepticism?
Men are taught to pedestalize women no matter what.
You're taught to what?
Men are taught to pedestalize women no matter what. Versus women typically don't need to be taught to be skeptical in the beginning of a relationship. Women are naturally skeptical because you guys are the more vulnerable sex.
Okay.
So you guys have to approach for many different ways.
Okay. So you're saying that men have not been instilled in them to be more skeptical?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So you think they have lower standards?
Well, it's not that they have lower standards. Well, some might have lower standards for sure. Some might even understand that they should have standards, and some might not necessarily vocalize their standards out of fear of being looked at as a misogynist or sexist or some other pejorative term for being rational.
So you think that operating within that system, there's that like innate fear of being judged because they don't have that skepticism? Or where do you think that comes from? More so is my question.
Because we live in a gynocentric society. So since we live in a gynocentric society, the female way of thinking typically prevails. The masculine way of thinking is looked at as demonic and evil.
What do
Terms
you
like,
mean demonic and evil?
for example, I find it interesting that feminists always say that the patriarchy is evil, when in reality the patriarchy is what allows them to be feminists in the first place.
Do you think the patriarchy harms men?
I would argue the patriarchy is more beneficial to women than it is to men.
How so?
Because a minority of men run the patriarchy versus the majority don't. Versus
Don't
women.
they reinforce it though, the majority of them?
Excuse me?
So it's set by the minority of men, let's say, but then
Yeah.
does the majority reinforce it? So it creates this like big system, not just from one subset of people. That's why it's a system. Because if it was just like 5 people, how would that be ingrained in society? You would kind of need a large group of people to be echoing each other.
I don't really understand. What I'm trying to say is that men, right, are not really allowed to put out their standards or their worldviews when it comes to women because it's considered taboo and misogynistic. But on the other hand, women
But
are
in what
allowed to
way,
put out.
though?
What do you mean in what way?
I mean, a man can say like,
Sure, I'll
I
give you an
prefer.
example. If I say women need to obey men, a lot of women would look at me and say, "You're a misogynist. That's not true. That's evil. That's bad. That's wrong." But if I were to say we need to champion women and treat them like queens, everyone will cheer. Just like the other guy was trying to say earlier, saying this stuff. So the reality is we can't be critical of women. I find it interesting that the word misogyny is widely used.
Salute FYF Sports.
So what do you mean we can't be critical of women? Wouldn't you say that both sexes
Big shout out to FYF,
are
man.
always being criticized for anything? Because I mean, women are being held to the physical esteem of like looks and you have to be submissive, so they are being criticized. You're saying that.
I would argue they're not taught to be submissive. If anything, they're made fun of for being submissive. One of the terms that you guys use to shame each other is calling each other picky.
Right, because
Women are demonized for following a man's lead and being.
so are men like simps, which are in essence the same essence. Like it's the same thing, just for different genders.
Well, here's the difference. When women simp on men, the man respects that woman and cherishes that. When men simp on women, they don't reciprocate. Because the problem is that women get simped on their entire life and don't know what that means, so they don't appreciate it. On the other hand, as a man, we might not get our first kiss until we're 20. So when a woman simps on us, we actually appreciate it and treat her well. That's the difference. Women don't know how to behave when they get validation.
What do you mean women don't know how to behave? You don't think they appreciate it?
No, they don't at all.
Well, what if
And you
it's
can
just
blame Instagram for that.
But so, what if it's unwarranted? I mean, how would you feel? Switch the dynamic where someone is pursuing you, but you're just not interested, and this person is seen as a simp, but like you just don't want it. Like, are you a bad person for not reciprocating that because you just didn't want that?
Well, my argument is simply that women, right, have a privilege where they have a bunch of men approaching them, so they don't value male attention to the same men value female attention, right?
It's a scarcity thing. But that's anything.
Facts, FYF.
But if you get something of so little, the little you get is going to be valued. But this is like market.
Okay, who has a better? Let me ask you this then: if I took a self-made millionaire and I took a trust fund baby, both of them earned. One earned their million at 18 years old, and the other one earned their million at 38 years old. Who's going to have a better appreciation for the dollar? Who's going to understand the value of a dollar better? The trust fund baby that got it at 18 or the person that earned it at 38?
But you from the outside can make that description, but you don't know what internally that person
Can you
is
please
thinking.
answer the question so I can kind of.
I mean, I know you want me to say that it'll be the person that earned it, of course,
Yes.
because we can agree on that. But again, we're not in those positions to say
Well,
that.
But no, but here's the thing. That's why it's perfectly analogous. The reason why is because men are self-made millionaires. Women are effectively trust fund babies. At 18 years old, a woman is able to maneuver and be around higher status men simply for existing. Men are not allowed to be around higher status men unless they perform to be in that position. So what I'm trying to say is that women are in a privileged position where all the attention comes to them and they pick. Men were not in that position.
Okay. Well, my thing is just, I just want to ask you about this. I wasn't here to actually try to fight you on anything, but you know, great for you opening up the floor and discussion.
Yeah, sure. No worries. Yeah, and just to kind of like explain that to everybody, when I make the point that women don't value validation, is because they get it all the time. By the time a woman hits puberty, she's getting hit on by men all the time. The average woman by the time she's 21 years old has been approached like 70,000 times. Versus men, you might get approached by a girl 10, 20 times in your lifetime, if that, right? For the average guy at least. So typically, what I mean by this is women simply just don't appreciate male attention the same way that men appreciate female attention. We're far more likely to appreciate women doing right by us. Free Boo Shiesty.
How you doing? You said that we can get into international talk, right?
Sure.
So I've listened to your talk about Israel and Zionism and whatnot, but I want to take a different angle. You're Yemeni background, right?
No, my family's from Sudan.
From Sudan?
Yeah.
Okay. Question is, what do you think about the Houthis looking outside in and how they're affecting the war? Because I've listened to your stance on Israel.
Yeah.
And Zionism. Sure.
So
I get that. We don't need to get into that, but how they're acting in response to it, being a proxy of Iran and doing what they're doing and affecting world trade and XYZ. Do Do you agree or disagree with what's happening?
Do I agree or disagree with what they're doing?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it matters if I agree or disagree, but I understand.
No, but I want to. You have like an opinion on a lot of different matters. So what's your opinion
Yeah,
on that?
my thing is I simply understand why they're doing what they're doing, right? Yes.
Okay, can you elaborate?
On why they're doing what they're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're trying to create an enormous amount of pressure on Israel economically.
But it's not working, right?
Well, it was working for a long time. That's why we had to intervene. It was working. It's not working. When they were boarding the ships and they were sending the rockets
Yeah,
in,
but you're bombing ships that are affecting trade.
they weren't bombing ships.
Attacking ships. There's initial ships that are going through
Yeah,
ports.
ships. Yep, they were pirating ships, and obviously affecting international trade.
Yeah, right.
But that was creating quite a bit of problems for Israel financially. There were ships that had
Not
financial
for
interests
Israel,
in
for the world.
I'm sorry?
For the world.
Of course, but it hurt Israel the most. That's why I had to shut down one of their ports, actually, as a matter of
How
fact.
so?
It literally hurt.
How did
Israel's
it?
not
How
doing
did
that
it
very
hurt Israel the
economically
most?
right now.
No, you said any topic goes. You said Israel goes.
Yeah.
So how did it affect
They're not
Israel?
doing that. They're not doing well economically right now.
Who's not?
Israel.
It's not because of the Houthis. It's because
Well, that's a component.
their workers had to go to reserve service and other.
Okay,
things like
so let me.
so
So
obviously,
do you want me to?
tourism is down because people are scared to go there.
For sure. So
right?
their economy is hurting.
Right.
That's precisely why they're doing what they're doing. I'm not here to tell you that it's right or wrong. I'm just
No,
simply
I want
telling
to
you
know
what you're doing.
your opinion though, because you have an opinion on a lot of
This
things.
is a fact.
You have an opinion on women. You have an opinion on a lot of things, right? So
Okay.
what's your opinion in there?
Again,
You have an opinion on Zionists. You have an opinion on Jews. You have an
yes,
opinion on
Israel's not a
Netanyahu.
country.
Okay, so what's your opinion on
Yes.
the Houthis?
Again, I just told you.
Do you agree or disagree?
I understand.
Do you agree or disagree with what they're doing?
I understand.
Don't
I
be
don't have to
political
agree or
about it. I mean,
disagree. Really, that's really irrelevant. I understand.
you understand.
I understand. Yes.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay. Do you actually have a position, or you just wanted to get my?
On the matter,
Let's get Fanbo in the building, baby.
Yeah. What's your position?
I think if a group of people come into someone else's land and raid,
Let's
and
get
torture
Fanbo in the building.
they have a right to defend themselves.
Okay.
I also understand.
Hopefully Fanbo got hop on.
I also innocent people. Is defending yourself.
Let's go, Fanbo.
World War II happened. There was a lot of innocent deaths also, so we can't really take that angle.
Let's go,
I
man.
agree. There's innocent deaths in war. There's innocent deaths, but the easy way, in my opinion, to end it, now that America's involved and you have the world looking at it, is to return the hostages first, and then you open. Then you open dialect. Then you open dialect.
Okay. Do you think
That's my opinion.
Okay. So here's the thing. Number one, a war is fought between two capable militaries. Okay.
Really?
The IDF is a military, a
Okay.
mobilized military
Okay.
that's supported by us.
All right.
Okay. And they're
Hamas is supported by Iran. They had like endless amount of rockets, endless amount of ammunition.
They're a ragtag.
When you ready to hop on,
Go in one day and kill.
when you're ready to hop on, Fanbo, type in the type in the big chat when you're ready to hop on.
Still over 1,000 people. That's a lot of
Well,
deaths. though.
here's the thing. So let's talk facts, right? Sure. Because you're putting a lot of Israeli propaganda out there. So
No, I'm not speaking propaganda.
Let's go. Let's.
I just wanted your opinion on the Houthis.
No.
You want to
Let's go
turn to
through
Israel.
this. Sure. So, do you think Netanyahu actually wants the hostages back? Does he care?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
But there are political motives. I agree with you. But
Sure.
yeah, he wants the hostages back.
Are you aware of the fact that on October 10th, a deal was put in place to get all the hostages back in return for them not invading Gaza?
If you can't put the deal in front of me so we can look at it together, then it doesn't matter.
No.
It's irrelevant.
See, that's the thing. And this is why
Because
many-
there's been over 300 deals that have been put in front of both parties.
I'm telling you, on or about October 10th, this was reported by Israeli media, Haaretz.
Okay.
Okay. And this is what a lot of Israelis don't know and Zionists don't know. It was a deal put. Yeah. Okay. So a deal was put forward saying, hey, look, we will go ahead and give all the hostages back in exchange that you do not blow up and attack and invade Gaza. And what did Netanyahu do? He refused. Now, here's the other thing, bro. You mentioned that they killed what, 2,000 or 1,300? No, this is true.
Whatever
It's true.
Whatever the
You want to know? I know it's true. No. Here's the other thing too. Here's the reason why. That's true. That comes from Israeli media. That comes from Israeli media, by the way. Your own country put it out. That comes from your own media. Now, here's the other thing as well. That's interesting.
Yeah.
You said that thousands were killed, right? Right. Okay. Are you aware that the Hannibal Directive was activated on that thing?
What's the Hannibal Directive?
Sure. I'd be happy to explain. Sure. The Hannibal Directive is a directive where Israeli military basically kills their own civilians to ensure. Hold on. See, now they don't like the facts. They don't like the facts.
Yes, so pull it up.
They don't like the
Pull it
facts.
up.
Okay.
Pull it up.
Hold on. I'll pull it up.
Pull it up.
I'll pull it up.
Pull it up. Documentation beats conversation. Anybody can say shit. Facts versus theory. Facts. Sit down, listen. Sit down, let's all sit down, have documents, proven documents with information, and then we can discuss and debate. He said, she said, my great grandma said it's all opinions, you can shove it up
All right,
someone's ass.
who speaks Hebrew here? Convert it.
ChatGPT, you can translate it.
No. I'm gonna play it.
Takes a millisecond.
I'm gonna play it in your language for you.
I don't speak Hebrew. I don't understand Hebrew.
You know,
Why is it my language? Just because I like Israel. It's not my language.
I have a video right
I'm
here.
American.
I have a video right
There's
here.
American hostages
Oh,
there.
see,
And
that's
you're
the
American,
problem.
you're sitting here and
That's
you're
the
okay with
problem.
it.
So no. I never said I was okay with it. I'm saying,
Should the hostages be released?
yes. Here's the thing.
Should the
Here's the
hostages-
difference.
Should the hostages be released?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we agree. Finally, we can agree. That's
No,
it.
but here's the problem, right? The issue is that Israelis simply don't value Palestinian life.
Hold on,
That's
hold on,
because
hold on.
because you guys don't.
Jews
Because
and
you guys have killed
Palestinians
100,000 plus. 100,000 plus.
There's Jewish
We know
Palestinians.
50,000 that have been identified, and we know that there's a bunch in the rubble that are missing.
That's not true.
Now, here's the other thing as well.
No,
Let's
no,
go back to the
listen,
Hannibal
no
Directive.
army will go there and
Let's go
drop
back.
leaflets saying, hey,
Let's go
we're
back.
about to come here
And they bombed it
and
anyway.
drop a bomb.
And they bombed it
This
anyway.
way,
So anyway. Okay.
even if 100,000 people were killed. Hold on, even if 100, let's
We
agree.
know
Hold
we
on,
have
hold on, let's have a conversation.
literally data.
If 100,000
And this is funny because they're all are jumbling. Now they're going crazy. Now look, you can see.
100,000
Shut it down.
No,
Shut
no,
it
no,
down.
shut down.
So here's the thing. Let me
Listen,
finish my point.
Go ahead,
Point,
finish.
right? Because it's interesting that I mentioned the Hannibal Directive. Nobody knew what it
what
was.
is it? Pull it up.
I just explained it to you.
Pull it up.
It is.
Pull it up.
I have the video right here.
Play it.
Okay, do you know who Yoav Golan is? Do you know who Yoav Golan is? Do you know who Yoav Golan is?
Everyone here speaks
Okay, but the problem is that the interview was done in Hebrew in Israel.
So translate it. I'm trying to translate it
There's
once.
reference right here. You want to look at the video? Or here. Come look at it yourself. Come look at it yourself.
The purpose of the video is we understand. So I understand what the video's about.
So they interviewed him. See, this is the problem. You guys don't even know. You don't even know. You're here arguing a point that you don't even know. You don't know what the Hannibal Directive is.
I asked you.
I just explained it. I'm telling you, it's when they kill their own civilians to evade them being captured by Palestinian militia groups, to evade the hostage negotiations so that they don't have to release 1,000 Palestinians for one Israeli like they did with Gilad Rav. Now, with that said, Yoav Golan, your defense minister, okay, you're basically your Secretary of Defense, right? Equivalent. He admitted on an interview that the Hannibal Directive was activated on October 7th, and it should have been activated in other areas. That is why Apache helicopters killed a bunch of the concert goers. That's why we know that they shot tanks into the kibbutzes. They shot tank rounds.
Okay, so here it says the Hannibal
Let me
Directive.
finish.
The Hannibal Directive, also translated as Hannibal Procedure or Hannibal Protocol, is the name of a controversial procedure used by the IDF to prevent the capture of Israeli soldiers by enemy forces. What's wrong with that? Who wants their soldiers captured?
No.
That's
They
what it says here.
killed civilians as well. That's my point. On October 7th, they killed civilians.
Not they only kill soldiers.
No, they killed civilians as well. And also
To prevent soldiers from being captured.
No. They killed civilians. And also keep in mind that there's mandatory military service in Israel.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
effectively, they shoot at anyone
but-
that's going to be captured.
On a
No,
day,
again.
I got a question.
Now,
You went Hannibal
okay, this guy, just wait in line. So anyway,
Why
hold on,
are
hold on,
Jews and
hold on.
Palestinians and Arabs all
Let's
fighting for a small piece of land?
Let's stick to
The
the
Arabs
land.
have so much land, brother.
Let's stick to land. Let's stick to the conversation because first, right? First, you made the accusation saying. Wait. So you guys got to control yourselves.
Okay.
One person on the
I'm
mic at a
understanding
time. So again, you made the claim
That,
that a bunch of hostages were kidnapped, which is true,
yeah.
and you made the claim that they just need to bring the hostages back. And I told you on October 10th,
Said release the
they,
hostages.
yes, agreed.
It's a good
They were
start
willing
to
to release the
good
hostages, give them all back in return in exchange for them not invading Gaza and bombing Gaza.
I don't believe
And
that. I don't
then-
believe that.
Hold on. Let me finish my points.
Yeah.
Let me finish my point. Then that's fine. You can say what you want to say.
No, but you
That's fine.
pull it up.
So anyway, with that said,
Pull it up.
right? Great.
Pull it up.
Anyway, so with that said, right, the Hannibal Directive
Yeah.
was activated on that day. And I told you what the
Because-
directive is.
Who wants any of their soldiers to be captured?
But the point is, the reason why I
And
made
there's
that
going to be
argument-
innocent lives on both
Let me
sides.
tell you
Who
why I
wants
made
their
that
soldiers to be
argument.
captured?
Because you made the argument saying they killed 1,000 plus Israelis, and I'm saying, well, the IDF
I
killed a
said
lot of
they-
Israelis.
I said they
And then
killed.
on top
Wait,
of that,
wait.
and then on top
Wait,
of
wait.
that,
I said they
Hold
killed
on, you made that-
1,000
you made the
plus
assertion.
civilians. They weren't all Israelis.
no,
There was people from Thailand that were killed.
of course,
Muslims
yes,
that
I
were
understand.
killed.
I understand.
Jews that, no, so
I understand.
Americans
Again,
that were killed.
I understand that, but the point is that
killed.
people were being killed.
Indiscriminately.
People were being killed by
Indiscriminately.
both the IDF
Bro,
and
if
Hamas.
you go
Both of
look-
them.
If you go look at
Both
Gaza,
of them.
you have waterfront land.
Both of them were
they're
being
on
killed.
beaches.
Okay,
They have 5-star hotels.
that's not the
No
argument.
one wants to look at
That's
that.
not the argument.
On October,
Again,
on October
see,
6th,
this is great.
they were all chilling.
This is great.
On October 6th, they were all chilling, living their lives. There was no famine, nothing like
Wait a line. Wait a line, buddy. Wait a line. You're not a mic.
Everything was fine. People had visas to go in and out of Israel to work. Things were fine.
Yep.
What happened? Yasser Arafat, when he died, left his wife with over $1 billion. The leaders of Hamas, $12 billion, who are now killed, all of them. What happens? When there's war, they get richer. The people of Gaza get poorer. And then the Jews look bad on the world stage. That's all that happens.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Humanitarian goes to the top.
See,
And the civilians suffer. I agree.
we were talking about October 7th, and you just
I
completely
agree that they're
deflected.
suffering. Yeah, because when you go and say 1,000 Israelis got killed, that's not true. There's 1,000.
Okay, you say
People
people got killed.
Yeah,
The point I'm trying to make
Muslim
is,
side, bro.
yeah, you're Muslim. But here's the thing. Are you Muslim? Are you Muslim? That's irrelevant to the conversation.
Jewish.
That's irrelevant to the
Jewish side,
conversation.
Muslim side,
Yes.
Christian side,
Yes. And here's the
American
thing.
side.
Here's the thing.
People
That's why I'm
People
critical
died.
of Israel.
People
Okay.
died.
Now with that said, now
People
here's the thing.
died. Should
Now, like,
Hamas
what I said.
surrender? Yes or no? Should Hamas?
Now here's the thing. Because here's
So you also agree that they're freedom fighters?
no. Again,
They're
you are
labeled-
taking away.
They're
Let
labeled
me
a
finish.
terrorist
Let me
organization.
finish saying what I'm saying.
And they shouldn't surrender.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
See, you just interrupted. Because you don't want to have you brought up October 7th.
They're terrorists.
You brought up October 7th, and I was talking to you
Brought it
about
up. I brought up the Houthis.
no, you mentioned no. Then you said
Talk
about no. You brought it up, and then I'm just responding to it. Yes, and then you
I asked
talked
you
about
about
October
the
7th. But here's the problem.
Living in
You
freedom.
guys make it as if it started October 7th, and it never did. It started way before that. And the Zionist propaganda
Yeah, it
always goes off of October 7th, and on October
started
7th,
in 1949 when we got
it
a
started
state.
before that.
When we got a
It
Jewish
started
state.
before that. It started before that.
Okay.
It started before that. It started before that. You guys were killing people. Israel was founded upon terrorism.
There's killing.
Israel was founded upon
Can you
terrorism.
agree there's killing on both sides?
Again, of course there is.
There
Of
is.
course there is. But here's the
That's
difference.
a fact of life.
I value both. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, like I was saying, this guy just name calling. Anyway, no, him, the other guy over there, the old guy. So the point I'm trying to make is, I talked about October 7th, and I'm telling you that the died on that day were not just killed by Hamas.
Killed all
That's my
Native Americans.
point.
Are we talking about?
Okay,
We're talking about Native
Bro.
Americans.
look, bro,
You're
I'm telling
talking about settlers.
you.
The Jewish people came.
We have settlements that are illegal.
The Jewish people
Settlements that are
came.
illegal.
They built Tel Aviv into what it is today, and all of a sudden they want it back. Like, oh, come on.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying here.
British mandate had a two-state solution, no?
Are you talking about the Balfour Declaration?
No, after that, the British mandate had a two-state solution. There was going to be an Arab state and there was going to be a Jewish state. Right after that, all the Arabs invaded. That's something that you don't like to talk about. Let's be honest.
Well, it wasn't your land to have in the first
But it
place.
was Britain's land.
It wasn't. Ben who?
Before that, it was the Turkish
It wasn't your land to have in the first place. Wasn't your land to have in the first place. It wasn't your land to have in the first
They
place.
chopped it up.
It wasn't. Look at this guy. He's mad. Yeah, and you're pissed off.
They
Look at you,
chopped it up.
triggered because you don't like the
Listen,
facts.
They chopped it up.
Yeah.
They chopped
Well,
it
it's
up,
kind of
we
hot
had a
out here.
deal. They chopped
Kinda
it
hot
up,
out
we
here.
had a deal, and all the
Meanwhile, you
Arabs
guys are
came
being
in and destroyed it.
emotional.
I'm not
I
being
guess.
emotional.
No,
You
I'm
what's
talking
up.
to this guy.
Like
I said
emotional.
before.
There was a two-state solution. There was. It was given by England, half to a Jewish state, half to an Arab state.
Again,
Immediately, right after the Holocaust,
It wasn't
and everybody's
theirs.
like, oh, he's bringing up the Holocaust. It was right after the Holocaust. We didn't have any sort of military institution behind us. We had the Haganah the Irgun. It was nothing. It was underground.
what are the Haganah Irgun
Okay, listen.
and the Lehi gang? What are they?
They were fighting for a Jewish
They're
state.
terrorist organizations. They're terrorist organizations, and you know it.
They were
Israel was created by terrorist organizations.
It was created because the
No.
British. No, listen. You need to read your
You
facts.
killed the British.
No, the British gave it over, and the British,
Yes.
the British killed us, and Muslims killed the
The King David Hotel.
and
The King
Muslims
David
killed-
Hotel. You guys don't know your history. That's the
You know
know
my history.
How did you know their history? They don't know their history.
The
This is
Jews
comical.
literally corrupted the
You
Holy
killed the
Book. You
British.
can't trust them.
No, this is live. This is live. You just
Hey, you're a fucking clown, dude.
Yeah, and this guy's angry too. Look at the Zionists here. They don't like the truth. They don't like the fact that your country was made on terrorism. They don't like the fact that you killed 100 innocent
This is the
people
truth.
and the King David Hotel. You don't like the fact that your country was created through terrorism. The very terrorism that you guys denounced today was created by Haganah, Leahy, and the Stern Gang. And on top of that, you guys stole our weapons to do it. You stole our nuclear technology. You killed our president. You guys,
Okay, hold on.
you guys attacked our U.S. It was given comical.
Okay, listen.
Comical. That's why JFK did not want nuclear proliferation. See?
Okay.
No, you guys,
I understand
you guys, see, here's the reality. This is what I love. This is what I love, right? Zionists come here and argue with me and say, oh, well, on this day, such and such happened. Okay, what's the handle for everything? They don't know. They don't know that a bunch of Israelis and a bunch of innocent people were killed out of conversation. And on top of that,
ready?
they don't know how their country was made. And they don't know that, well, the British. You killed the British in the King David Hotel. You guys assassinated a bunch of British people. And on top of that, the state of Israel through 3 main terrorist organizations that are now rebranded into the IDF that we know about. Now, that's it. The UN. No, I know about it. It's about Corporation. And it was raided to the Rothschilds. You don't even know the name of it. Listen, 1917, the Declaration. You don't know. And you,
Byron.
What are you gonna say? You don't know what you're talking about. You're just sitting here. You don't know what you're talking about at all. This is again, you Zionists don't understand your own history of your own country. We can argue about the past. You haven't do it. No, you're Israel first. You're Israel first. And quite frankly, Israel's a parasitic country. Okay, it's a parasitic country. We should not be giving you guys aid anymore. You guys are making us look terrible. We give you billions of dollars in aid that you don't got to pay back. You guys would not exist without American aid. You guys, quite frankly, were built on terrorism, and it's an evil country. This is why we have to run cover for you guys. We have to run cover for you guys at the UN. The entire international world condemns you. You guys are running illegal settlements. You kill innocent kids every day. You kill innocent kids every single day. They went into this.
Myron, wait. Hey, you have like 200.
7 of you to even formulate an argument. Inbreeding is real.
Myron, listen. There is only one truth. Myron, there's only one truth. Get ready. All right, everybody listen, there's only one truth. No matter how much you hate the Jews.
I don't hate the Jews.
Hold on.
See, I love that.
Hold on. I'm going to finish my fucking sentence.
Oh shit. Who am I speaking with?
Hi, this is Kayla. I just commented in the chat.
Oh, you knew?
I seen you guys like talking about like the whole game tonight and everything like that, so I just commented on it or whatever.
Yeah, man. I mean, what you said in the chat is
Honestly, like, yeah, I was like super annoyed about like the Knicks performance or whatever. Like, I feel like I'm a Knicks fan, but I feel like they're like the most inconsistent team, you know? And it's like, are you a Pacers or you're a Knicks fan?
I'm a Lakers fan. My team been gone since the first round.
Gotcha. Okay, because how did you feel about it? Like the whole series
About the Knicks losing or the Pacers.
The Knicks losing and just like the Pacers in general, you know, with the whole series and everything.
As far as the Knicks go, I mean, I'm a Lakers fan, but I do watch basketball.
Right.
I'm not surprised Indiana beat the Knicks. The Knicks
Right.
rely on Brunson giving them 30, and they rely on Towns to give them 30. The Pacers play free fall. But that's not going to work against OKC, though.
Right, because remember the game tonight, right? So the game tonight, think about it. In the first 2 minutes, you could actually tell that the Pacers were kind of like shook up. They were doing turnovers. They were like throwing the ball because the Knicks were being more aggressive when they was coming in. And you
Right.
started neutralizing Halliburton. That's what I always say. That's why I got so mad tonight watching this because I'm like, yo, neutralize Halliburton, and that's how you beat him because you throw off the dynamic.
That's facts. But they let Halliburton be Halliburton, and you saw what
Exactly,
happened.
wide open layups. I'm like, am I watching these dudes play high school basketball right now? Like, are you kidding me? Like, the transitional defense was terrible. I'm like, what is going on? It's like they collapsed after halftime, or is it just me? It's like they gave
Yeah.
up.
I mean, who at home? I mean, the Knicks. Uh, to me, the Knicks they just let too many games slip away. There was one game they had like a 14-point lead with like 4 minutes to go. They let that slip away and they lost that game. There's like two games in the series besides this one where the Knicks just fell apart when it mattered most. And that's
Right,
because
and
they
they
rely on
always
two
do that.
players.
And I just don't understand what's wrong with them. I don't know if it's the mentality or what, because I know that, Tibbs plays them a bunch of minutes and
He waited too long. He was the first couple of games he was playing the same rotation. I mean, once he started playing different dudes, it got better, but it's too late. Too late in the series for that. He should have done that from game one. I don't know if you can still hear me, but yeah, I mean, he waited. He waited way too long to make that adjustment.
I thought that the Pacers were gonna win, but I think the Knicks really had a good chance if they didn't have so many turnovers and they weren't just doing dumb stuff. Like I always say, the Knicks beat themselves, realistically, because the Pacers weren't even like 100% tonight either. Like they could have beat them.
Oh, she fell out. Damn, Kayla fell out. Kayla fell out, man. Well, yeah, she was cooking. She was cooking, bro. Yeah, Kelly gotta re enter the room, man. But yeah, Kelly definitely knows her ball. Yeah, the Knicks beat themselves, man. They turn it over a lot, and they also take a lot of bad shots as well. So when you take bad shots, when you combine the bad shots with the turnovers, it just shows you a lot with the New
Yeah.
York
Can you
Knicks.
guys hear me now? Also?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why my phone did that weird stuff. But yeah, it was so terrible. I'm like, are we playing high school basketball? Like, it just seemed like they lost their heart, at a certain point. I'm like, you guys are making dumb shots, you're forcing stuff, you're doing bad turnovers, bad passes. It was just ridiculous. And then the transitional defense was terrible. I'm like, okay, these guys are making like these fast break layups on you guys like it's nothing, like you're shooting out in a park or something. Like you could have made a layup on the Knicks tonight for real. I could have made a layup on the Knicks tonight for real.
hell yeah, you could have. You might have could have dunked on him.
Like it's so bad. I don't know. I don't know if they forgot they were an elimination game or what, but it didn't feel like that. It felt like a regular season game. It's like they gave up after halftime for me.
Yeah, the Knicks didn't play like a team that was, fighting for their lives, man. They play
Right.
harder
Like
against the Celtics, you know.
exactly. Like even what I said, like you
Shit,
watched
to
it
be
and
fair,
during
Boston
like the
was healthy.
first
Them
few
motherfuckers would get
minutes.
bounced in the motherfucking second round. Let's keep that shit a buck. If Jason Tatum and Drew Holiday and Jalen Brown and all them was healthy, they would have got bounced in the second round. Like, let's
Oh
stop
no,
this
I already
shit.
said
Mhm.
that. I believed And this is why people say, because yeah, I love my Knicks. I'm from New York, so it's like regardless, I'm gonna go with the hometown heroes or whatever. For me personally, whatever. That's how I'm gonna go with my hometown. But at the end of the day, I already knew. I said once I heard that they was going against the Celtics, I said it's over, y'all. We've came to the end of the road. I was like, it's no way they're beating the Celtics. Realistically, it's no way. It's impossible.
Yeah, but they played the first two rounds like mad dogs, and then you get to the third round, and it's like they just ran the gas. It's like
Yeah, but then think about it. It's always against the Pacers. Like I feel like it's cursed. I feel like the Pacers is like the kryptonite to the Knicks. I'm not gonna lie, for real. At this point, right or wrong.
yeah, that's facts. I mean, every team has its kryptonite. You know what I mean? The Pacers is definitely that.
And
You
what
know, to
makes
them.
it so messed up for me, right, is like, yo, y'all can beat these dudes and y'all choke in the most craziest ways. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing that gets me every time. Like, it's not like this team is unbeatable. It's not like y'all can't beat them. It's the way that you lose for me, in the craziest ways.
Yeah, that's very true, man. The way the Knicks lose, man, it's one thing if you get beat, but the way they're getting beat with the bad shots, the turnovers, the lack of
Like, it's not
defense,
even like they're really beating you. It's like you're beating yourself.
and that's what they do. The Knicks have been doing that for a while. The Jalen Brunson isolation and Towns.
And then my thing that
Mm.
irritated me is right with Jalen Brunson. Like I hate when he does that panicky thing where the team is up like 10-15, right? The other team. And then you ball hog. And it's like, obviously, bro, you don't see that all these dudes is on you. Pass the ball. Like, come on. Why are you holding on to it? It's not helping.
Yep, he start playing hero
How
ball.
you gonna get your shot off? Like, why are you trying to ball hog right now? Like, that's what irritates me about him.
Yeah, ball hog is not going to do it. When you play team ball, that tempo league can be gone like that if you play
Right.
together. But if you just
Exactly.
ball hog and they sticking with you,
I
it
mean,
ain't gonna
because
work.
think about it. Even tonight, that first half of that game looked completely different than that second half. Because the first half, even the first quarter, when I seen that they was being aggressive, and I'm like, okay, the Pacers was visibly shooken up. You know what I'm saying? They was shook, the Pacers, when they first came out and they was sitting there. The Knicks was aggressive. They was sitting there throwing the ball out of bounds. I think Miles Turner, he couldn't hold on to the ball. It was just they were scared. You know what I'm saying? You could tell they were scared. And then the Knicks pushed back, and that's when the Pacers took full advantage of it. And said, forget it.
Yeah, the Knicks, man, they just don't play the right way. You know what I mean? They
I
they
don't,
fall
and I
apart.
just don't think at this point. I think it's that they don't really play a high level of basketball. Like for real.
Yep, they play high level in the regular season, but once the
Yeah,
once
but
it
why
once
do
it
you
really
think it
matters,
happens at the end? Like, why do you think they collapse when they're so close? That's my whole thing with them. I don't get that part.
well, because if you well, the first year I think why because in the regular season these guys are playing so many freaking minutes, and by the time the playoffs come, they gas. They didn't play. You know what I mean? I mean the starting lineup I think averaged like 40 or more minutes during the regular season. So what legs are you going to have for the playoffs if you got to play 6 7 games?
Right,
You're not going
right,
to have any
right,
legs.
right, right, right,
They should be
right.
load managing. They should be playing limited minutes in the regular season. You know what I mean? Utilize your bench, and then now when the playoffs come, now everybody's
Now
fresh.
you want to
You know,
utilize
people
the
playing.
bench. That was crazy to me because I'm like, okay, the bench was low key kind of doing a little something. So I'm like, imagine if you would have developed these guys during the regular season. I mean, it's kind of
Yeah,
like idiotic a little bit, right? To like use them now and not use them during the regular season, right? To a certain extent.
right. That's totally factual. It's too late now. It's way too late. You should have been doing that.
And I mean, I don't really think that the Pacers is hard to beat for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I think the Knicks just beat themselves, really. You know, like the Pacers, all you really have to do to me is just neutralize Halliburton. That's what I noticed. You know, everything goes through him. So once you neutralize him and you play heavy defense and aggression on these guys, it shakes them up, you know, and you ruin the whole dynamic of what they doing, you know?
That's facts. The whole flow is gone
The
at
whole
that point in
flow is
time.
turned off, you know, the whole flow is done. But the Knicks is like, yo, y'all just letting these dudes wide open threes. Y'all letting them just flow with it, the fast break layups. Like, it's crazy. And that's why I said, OKC, I believe that that game is probably going to be a sweep, or they're going to at least, the Pacers may win one game by razor thin margin. Because OKC is not going for none of that.
That's fact. Yeah. OKC's not. He's not gonna go for that. They can really play Halliburton 1-on-1,
Right. And
and
they're
then
not, they already know. They've looked at the footage. They know. Everybody know. Just neutralize Halliburton and throws off everything else.
yep, it's gonna be a wrap.
That's the recipe. Do you think it's going to be a sweep, or you think the Pacers might get one game in?
Well, usually I would say sweep, but it is the NBA. I believe there's some rigging to it. I got OKC in five,
Right.
and that's me being nice. I'm just being nice.
R-
OKC in five.
Right.
It
Right.
should be a
Because,
sweep.
like, yo, I don't know, like, people sitting there talking about, and I'm not even saying this because I like the Knicks or whatever. I'm just saying this in general. Like, yeah, the Pacers is good and stuff, but it's like they're not that good. Like, how everybody's gassing it. It's just freaking Knicks have terrible defense, you know, and they're dumb. You know, that's just point blank, period, what it is, for real.
Yep, and another thing too, if Brunson averaged 34 points a game against the Pacers, so what is SJ going to average?
Something crazy.
Some,
40.
you know what I mean?
I think it's
Jay
gonna be
Daniel.
blowouts. I'm not gonna lie. Like I feel like it is because think about it. All the paces, all you have to do is stop Halliburton and that's it. It's over. You know what I'm saying?
And force them to play half court. If you make them play half court and you stop Halliburton because Indiana really wants to run against OKC, they're gonna make them play half court and they're gonna stop Halliburton at the same time. They ain't gonna let them get all them open layups wide open like how they had against New York. New York was just giving up so many easy stuff. It wasn't even funny. Like Pascal was laughing at these dudes. Like y'all ain't playing no D.
Exactly. It was like no defense. The whole thing. Yo, OKC, they doing full court defense. OKC, so you're not even gonna get to that half court for real.
Shit, you
That's
might not get the ball in bounds at all. The ball might be stuck out of bounds.
Y'all thought y'all had because think about it, they had an easy ride with New York or whatever. But once they get to OKC, that's a whole different beast for real.
Yeah, if I was Indiana, I wouldn't even show up if I was them.
You said
It's a waste of time.
you said it's a waste of time. Wow.
Yeah, if you do show up, pack your bags early because it ain't gonna be long.
Beat the Pacers or whatever.
The 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 only thing good for the Pacers about them being in the finals is that you get an extra paycheck. That's it. Once you get your money, you ain't gonna do shit else.
And then also
Dante, can you still hear her or did her mic go out? Dante.
you said what?
I was seeing where your mic was. It went out. It went out for a couple seconds.
Oh, you can hear me now. I'm like, who wants to see OKC versus Indiana for real? Like as a general person who doesn't watch that much basketball.
I'm not even watching the finals because it's gonna be that bad.
You think it's gonna be a blowout in your opinion? blowouts.
this gonna be worse than when you know how when LeBron had to face the KD Warriors. This gonna be
Yeah.
worse. This gonna be worse than that.
Why do you think it's gonna be so bad though? You don't think the Pacers is gonna be able to do any
Man,
shots,
the
anything?
Pacers
Like, what do you think?
because the Pacers rely on getting in transition. You're not gonna be able to do that against OKC. They rely on Halliburton to get into the craft of the paint. They rely on
Exactly, and all the ball moves
Neesmith
through
and Nehurt.
Halliburton.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Miles Turner ain't getting no shots in this series. He's gonna be getting
Exactly.
blocked, all kind of stuff.
Somebody said one thing about the Pacers, though, is that they've been clutch this whole playoffs. Yes, but you have to look at the team that they're going against. It's a team where they're not playing any defense. They're getting wide open shots. It's no transitional defense or any of that. So the Pacers is able to get those shots, wide open shots. They're able to drop them threes because nobody's playing defense on them.
I
So
I low key think SGA could sit out the first two games and they
you
still beat him in five.
now SGA can sit out. You're dragging it now.
No,
You
I'm
dragging.
not. No, I'm not because you got to think OKC,
Oh
their
yeah, because
entire
Jalen been dropping about 30, right? Every
that's what
game.
I'm saying. Jalen been dropping 30. Chet Hunger been balling. You got to think that
And then look
entire
at them
team
dudes with the defense though.
got
This is the
forwards.
to me, I don't even like it's like for me it's the defense. Like y'all not even getting past the half court mark. Y'all not getting none of those open, easy layup shots, none of that y'all been getting.
That's why I say SGA can sit out the first 2-3 games and they still dominating the series.
I mean, either
That's how
way, if it was the
dominating.
Knicks or if it was the Knicks or the Pacers, it would have been light work for OKC. Let's be for real. Either way.
Either way you can belt to ass both ways, the left or the right.
Either
That's
way is
like
light work, but it would have been more entertaining to see the Knicks, even if they got swept, the Knicks in the championship. Right or wrong?
we've already seen Indiana in the finals. Well, I'm talking my
Right, like,
era.
and we seen them get swept. Right or wrong?
Yep, but we haven't seen. Has the Knicks been to the last time Knicks been to the final with
Was
Bernard King?
2000? Was 2000? Yep, it was crazy. 2000.
Yeah, so yes. I was a little boy at that point. So
Right.
yeah, it would have been pretty cool to see the Knicks get up in there, even in the sweep or Gemma sweep. I think it's gonna be a Gemma sweep. It should be a sweep, but the
But you
NBA,
think it's gonna be a
they be
gentleman
doing some.
sweep?
Yeah, I think it'll be Gemma sweep because one game the referee's gonna be
Yeah.
kind to the Pacers and
This
call a
is
bunch of
equivalent.
bullshit.
Don't this kind of feel like equivalent to like last year the Mavs versus the Celtics? Like this ain't even a fair comparison for real, right? It kind of feels like that, right?
Yeah,
Like
it
this
definitely
don't even
feels like
really
that.
feel fair, right? Like I don't know,
Yeah, it's not fair.
cause I mean I don't even think it's like any comparison, for real. Like because Pacers mostly all they like really, their main thing is just speed, pretty much up tempo game, and it's like OKC is slowing all that down. So, in your opinion, how do you think, like, let's say the Pacers, if let's say if you were like on the Pacers side, how would you say they could beat OKC? Like, what advice would you give them?
Well, for one, you're gonna have to get the ball in bounds. That's the first task. The second task is getting to the half court. Then when you get in the half court, you're gonna have to find some kind of way to collapse their defense to be able to spray the ball out. Because if they can guard y'all man to man, if they can guard them man to man, that just kills everything. But if you can somehow collapse, and it can't just be Halliburton, everybody who touches the ball has to find a way to get into the paint. And then they're gonna have to attack the glass. They're gonna have to try to create extra possessions. They're gonna have to play defense. Like this last series, I didn't see no defense from Indiana. Indiana's gonna have to play. They're gonna have to play the kind of defense that the pay. Remember when the Pacers had like Paul George and Roy Hibbert and George Hill and the David West. They're gonna have to play that kind of defense when they had Lance Stevenson. They're gonna have to play that kind of defense just to have a chance. That's not even the win, just to have a shot. You're gonna have to play elite defense. You have to attack the glass, get extra possessions. You're gonna have to be able to push the ball somehow, and and everybody's got to play lights out because Halliburton can only do so much. Yeah, they're gonna have to get they're gonna have to get Chet Holmgren away from the basket. They're gonna have to get him away from the basket. You have to find a way to get Hornstein away from the rim as well. You can't let Hornstein and Holmgren just sit there. They're gonna have to play, play big time ball, move the ball, create extra possessions. I don't know if Kelly can still hear me, but they're going to play elite defense, full transition and half court. You got to
Uh-huh.
slow down SGA. You got to slow down SGA and J Dub. You're gonna have to box out on Holmgren and Hornstein, not giving them rebounds or lobs. Like
I mean,
it's
I
so
think
much
it's gonna
shit
be
they're gonna
hard for
do.
them because based on the way how Pacers play basketball, it's like it's everything kind of. It's like a full course meal for OKC. You know what I'm saying? If we being for real,
Yeah, I don't want a boring series, but
I don't know.
but
I feel
Indiana,
like it's not even fair. Be honest, I feel like it's not even fair for real. I don't feel like it's fair.
man, like bro, you know how unfair this like I told you, this series is gonna be more like you know how the KD Warriors was unfair to a lot of teams. That's what this is to Indiana.
Right, right. Like
Except
I
I think
feel
this
like a healthy
OKC team is
Celtics
better.
would have been a better fit, right? I feel like a healthy Celtics would have been a better fit.
Yes, the Hell Celtics is definitely way better. Definitely way better because Indiana man they shouldn't even if we're being real they shouldn't even be in the finals. They
Exactly.
got
And then this
there.
is the thing. Like they only beat the Knicks because the Knicks beat themselves. For real. Like, remember that first game where the Knicks choked a freaking 15-point lead in 2 minutes? I'm like, how?
They just gave the game away.
They just
They play so
gave these
bad. It's
games away.
crazy.
Like it's so crazy. Like they freaking choked, yo. This whole thing they choked, for real. He said it's gonna be a NASCAR race this series. Listen, my prediction is OKC and max 5. That's what I give it. Max. And I think the one game that Indiana does get is going to be like a razor thin margin. That's what I think.
The reason why I'm giving them one game is because the refs is gonna have that one game where they give all the calls to Indiana. They
Right.
might foul out SGA or foul out Jalen Williams just to help
Right.
them.
Right. 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 Because think about even tonight. Did you see? Remember Miles McBride made that 3 point and they didn't even count it? And I'm like, he wasn't even out of bounds.
Yep. Remember how when Kevin Durant, I don't know if you remember this, there was a play where Kevin Durant, his whole foot stepped out of bounds on the baseline. The referee was right there watching. It's a clip
Mm-hmm.
of it. His whole
Right.
foot was out of bounds. And then he went out of bounds and then stepped back inbounds and dunked it. The referee called shit. His whole foot was out of bounds.
Crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, no, I don't remember, but that's crazy. I'm just like even tonight, right? Because the
It's on
game,
YouTube.
because remember, I'm about to look that up too, because remember say that Deuce McBride or whatever went out of bounds on that 3 pointer. I'm like, what? That dude never went out of bounds.
Yeah, yeah. The ref picks and choose what they want to call. Like for
Yeah,
example,
because
Game
even tonight,
Five.
think about it. Like, and granted, the Knicks played terrible and stuff, but they didn't call any fouls. Like, I seen goaltending and everything tonight on the pitch, and y'all never called any fouls.
Yep, in game five, remember McHale was full blown hugging Halliburton. They didn't call nothing. So the referees
Right.
pick and choose
Exactly
what
what
they're
they
going
want to
to call
call
when they
for
want to
real. They
turn it.
pick and choose. I'm just like, let it just be fair all the way around. You know what I'm saying? Like
And that's why,
literally,
and
the
that's
Knicks couldn't get any, and I know Jalen Brunson be flopping, whatever. But think about it, the Knicks could not get any calls tonight. Be for real. Like barely.
and that and look, just off what you said is the reason why Indiana gonna get that one game. Because SGA and them guys not gonna get no calls, and the Pacers gonna win that one game, and then they're gonna steamroll them niggas. Because even tonight, like you said, there was a lot of foul calls they missed both ways. So many calls they just missing left and right, and it just tells you the NBA, they pick and choose what's a foul, when it's a foul, how it's a foul. If it's not a foul, they're inconsistent. This is why the players be arguing when they make a call because it's not consistent. If you're consistent, then players wouldn't argue. Players are only arguing because you know what I'm saying. If you're not consistent, of course I'm going to argue with you. If you call travel on you know what I mean, if you call travel on this play, but I do the same thing the next play, you don't call shit. That's
Right.
mind boggling. You got to call the same
Right.
shit every time.
Exactly. 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 That's why I said, like, even like tonight with Deuce or whatever, I'm like, yo, that guy made a 3-pointer and he was not even out of bounds and they didn't even count it. Like, that would have made it a 9-point game. And freaking after that, Indiana went on a whole run, to bring up like 20 points for real. I'm just like, I don't know. I just don't think that, the officiating definitely got to be investigated because I'll be feeling like some of them refs sometimes be putting stuff in their parlays and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, but Adam Silver don't care. He don't care what the referees did because if Adam Silver really cared, the referees know they're not going to get punished. That's why they're doing it because
Right,
he don't
right,
even care.
right. Because in your opinion, how do you think the Pacers made it this far?
They got a lot of games where they were hitting people and roughing people up and they weren't getting called for like Neesmith. Neesmith, the way that he plays defense is not legal. You can't
Exactly.
hand
Like,
check.
yo, this dude be sitting there
Hand
holding
checking.
people, bumping into people. Like, are you
Yeah,
freaking kidding
hand
me?
checking them. Like, what the hell?
Exactly. Him and that other guy. What's the name of the other guy?
Oh,
Um,
Nehart, not Nehart.
no, Benedict something. That dude too.
Yeah, all them guys be hand checking. They ain't be calling nothing. So that
Cause
it's
I'm like,
crazy.
yo, okay, I don't know how the freaking Cavs even collapsed. Like that's crazy to me, right? How the Cavs collapsed. Like what?
What a what a the Cavs got a lot of misfortune. Not
Mm-hmm.
only with the rest, but with injuries. Garland ain't played the first two games.
Right,
Mitchell got hurt. Mobley missed the game.
right, right. It's so pretty much just in general, you think it's just luck, in your opinion, with the Pacers.
Yeah, I mean, every year you have teams that get lucky and they do things they're not supposed to.
Right, right, right. Young Gold said Tibbs don't believe in the bench. He don't. He don't believe in the bench for real. Because I don't know if you remember that guy like Tyler Kolick or whatever, like the rookie. I'm like, why didn't you ever try like a rotation with that guy or whatever?
Yeah, I mean, Tim's been doing this since he coached for the Bulls.
Yeah,
That's why
because they
Derrick
said
Rose
that's
is
why
there.
the Bulls had all those injuries or whatever. Because of him.
Yep, that's what he does, man. I mean,
He just
he's big
wears
headed.
you out.
Yep, he's gonna wear you out, man. And That's why the guys got tired tonight, playing all
Right.
those damn units. That shit add
Exactly.
up.
And it really needs to be investigated why every time they make it to the playoffs, they collapse.
Well, that's why they're collapsing because you got to think about it. If you're playing 40 plus minutes the entire season, your legs is gonna be gone by the playoffs.
Right, right. But
You're
this
not
is
gonna
my
have legs.
question, right? Why doesn't he Like the bench is not that bad, so why don't you like rotate during the regular season opposed to just rotating during the playoffs? Like that's crazy, right? Or is it just me?
I mean, Tiff don't. I don't even think he look at his bench. Never mind, not play them. I don't even think he looks at his bench. He
Like
just
I
looks
don't
at his
know.
starters.
And
I
then
think you
another
should.
thing is, I think they need another like star shooter. Like I say, like DiVincenzo, I'm so mad they traded him because DiVincenzo would have been perfect for moments where you just need to get some offense going with those threes or something, you know?
It's true.
Because remember last year, yo, DiVincenzo dropped like 40 in the playoffs and like six, seven threes or something.
Oh, this year for the Wolves.
No, remember last year when he was on the Knicks and it was against the Pacers and he dropped like seven threes or something and had like 30, 40 points or something.
He was baking.
Yeah, he was like cooking. I'm like, yo, why did you trade him? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. And Cat,
I mean,
he didn't kind of
that's
piss you off tonight. Like this dude, Cat is freaking afraid to get in the paint. Like, bro, get in the paint. You sitting there trying to be at the 3 point line.
yeah. It tells you a lot, man. You can play well and get traded.
Get that run when
It's
he had won
sad.
in the East. People he had weak competition, but he made it right, right, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be the first finals I don't watch. Hell no.
I feel like it's gonna be fair. I don't feel like it's gonna be fair.
I don't. Hey, look. You think? I don't think. I know it ain't gonna be fair.
You
This
said
gonna be
I
like
know it ain't gonna be fair.
hell no.
Because
This
what's
is,
other than the Celtics, what's a comparable team that you think may be able to give a good competition to OKC on the East?
you know how unfair this is. This is like a woman trying to fight a man. This is how unfair it is. Like it's literally that unfair to that point. Like anybody who's
Like
betting on Indiana,
I feel like Dallas versus Celtics wasn't fair last year, right? Like that wasn't even fair, for real.
oh, yeah, yeah, because like Kyrie didn't show up, and PJ Washington was averaging zero. Derek Lively was averaging zero. Like so many guys.
Just
The
didn't
only
show
guy,
up.
yeah, it was Luca against the Celtics, not the Mavs against the Celtics. It was Luca against the Celtics,
And
and
PJ
everybody tried to blame Luca, and I'm like, he's the only guy that showed up.
But my
Everybody
thing
else
is, how do
just
you
wouldn't do it.
choke in the championships? That's what's just be beyond me with these teams. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, some of these players are not meant. Like some of these players, when they get in the big game, just like for example, Julius Randle this
Yeah, the
year,
stars. Yeah, the
the
lights.
first two
Right.
rounds, he was cooking. The
Uh huh.
championship game, you getting 5 points, 6 points. Like what's going on? Like players be disappearing in big games. They start fading away.
Because think about it, right? The Pacers, like at this point, would you think that the Timberwolves? You think the Timberwolves is better than the Pacers, or you think they about equal?
I think the T Wolves could sweep them.
You think the T Wolves could sweep the Pacers?
Yeah, sweep. I would say sweep.
Timberwolves. If the Timberwolves got blown out by OKC, what you think they gonna do to these Pacers? I mean, everybody excited. Oh, it's about to be lit. It's not gonna be lit. It's gonna be a massacre for real.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad
They
business,
about to
man.
go over
Like
there and y'all gonna be embarrassed for real.
you know what? I might just watch the Pacers finals just so I can fall asleep. Because what's gonna happen is it's gonna be so many blowouts. It's gonna be sleeping during the game.
Because how you think the viewership is gonna be though? Like I feel like the viewership is gonna be low. Cause think about it, people really don't want to see that for real. Like be honest. First 7 games, nobody wants to see that for real.
I rather I rather watch I rather I rather watch Bonnie and Friends than watch this.
Cause even if I feel like even if like the Knicks was in it or whatever, it still would have. Yeah, no, the Pacers. Yeah, we ain't got no love for the. I don't have love for the Pacers. Honestly, I don't have love for Halliburton. I don't feel bad for that guy. You be sitting there trolling like crazy, bro, and you about to get swept by OKC. So I mean, I'm not even mad at it for real. Like Indiana is all hype and stuff like that just to get swept. Like that's crazy to me. That's crazy work.
And it's not that I don't like Indiana, but OKC's a world old machine.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something about Indiana, and I'm not just saying that because of the Knicks situation. It's just something about that team I just don't like. Period. So that, and it's
Yeah,
like, bro, y'all is not
we
even
just
that
being
nice for
honest.
real, huh?
We just, it's not that we hate Indiana. We're just being honest.
Right. And future face of the league versus New York City market. What? Yeah, like yeah, exactly. Like nobody, it's not even about hating Indiana like that, but because you beat like a Knicks team that's freaking terrible on defense and stuff like that, like bro, y'all is really not that nice for real.
Yeah, nobody has anything against Indiana. It's just speaking facts.
And then even
They just
Reggie
not
Miller,
good.
like bro, you piss me off because it's like you sitting there, you love trying to talk trash about the Knicks, what, 25 years later, as if when you did the choke sign, you ain't get, beat and sent back home after that. So I'm confused right about now.
Man, Reggie Miller looks so damn
Like he
old.
just be trolling too. Like, yo, what's good with you, bro?
He need to sit his old self down.
Exactly. Trade into no, no, we're not doing that. Talk about trade into the Knicks for Ananobi, Bridges, and Hart. You're bugging.
Minnesota wouldn't even take that deal.
The Timberwolves wouldn't even take that deal.
You would have to give up Brunson. Yep, they would definitely want Brunson.
But this is the problem, right? Jay, I feel like we need Ant might be good, but I feel like we need another like star shooter. You don't think so? On the Knicks, they definitely need another star shooter to create offense.
What the Knicks need to do is take Towns and take somebody else and try to get another superstar to take pressure off of Brunson.
Towns?
If I can get Giannis,
Yeah, we
if I'm
need
the Knicks,
Giannis. Yep.
Knicks definitely need Giannis ASAP.
You would trade Cat for Giannis.
Yep.
Cause Cat, I don't know, he's like inconsistent too, isn't he? And that dude loves 3 point line. Like even tonight, like bro, the shots is not falling. Get in the paint, bro. You mad big. Like, come on. He loves sitting at that 3 point line for some reason. I don't get it, you know?
Yep. He always hang at 3 point line.
And then the shots is not falling. That's the point. Like you gave up like 4 shots trying to shoot threes. Like what?
That's what he does, man. He just jack it up.
And my thing is none of them dudes can block you. Freaking get in the paint. A lot of people don't like Indiana because of Caitlin Clark. It has nothing to do with Caitlin Clark. Like It just has to do with Indiana, like period. Like I feel like they're just mad arrogant. You don't think so?
I mean, I've seen Caleb Clark play, but I haven't heard her talk too much. So
No, I'm talking about Halliburton and them.
yeah, Halliburton got a cocky side to him.
Like, and I mean, I don't know.
Yep.
I just don't feel like they're like a likable team. You know, like right?
Yeah, I've never liked Indiana. This goes back to when Indiana used to play my Lakers, and we used to put belt to ass. Mm-hmm.
So why didn't you like them?
I've been a Laker fan. I've been a Laker fan since I was born. I was
Uh
born in
huh.
'96. My whole family is diehard Laker fans. So I've been a Laker. I was born to a Laker family. So I believe the purple and gold, no
Uh
matter
huh.
who's playing for the team. Um, when I first started watching the Lakers, they had Kobe and
Uh
eventually
huh.
had Shaq and Paul Gasol. The list goes on. But my
Right.
favorite player from the Lakers really is Kobe.
Right. Yo, it's a lot of Lakers fans. Like in New York, we have a lot of Lakers fans. A lot of people love the Lakers. A lot of people love Kobe. A lot of Kobe fans, you know? There's a lot of people out here that like the Lakers. Like that's their favorite team still. LeBron on the team now. They like, yo, that's their favorite team. Easily.
Yeah,
But
I
he talk
support.
about yeah,
Huh?
he talk about Knicks fans is more arrogant. Knicks fans ain't more arrogant. Knicks fans is just mad determined. And you have to understand, it's from New York. Like tonight, when they lost, New York will sit there and go against a team like Brunson. Can I curse on here?
Say what you want. Speak. It's
Okay,
an
yeah.
open panel.
We like
I
New
don't have
York,
no
we was sitting
rules.
there. New York, we would be like it's people tonight where they be like, yo, Brunson, you bum ass nigga, the Knicks, y'all some bums. Like New York is just mad straightforward. So it's not that we arrogant, but we real fired up. And when we feel a fire, we get real fired up. So that's why when the Knicks make anything, they get fired up because we from New York. And think about it, we so used to losing for so long. You know, when was the last time the Knicks was worth anything for real? Like, be for real.
Yeah, I don't blame y'all for talking y'all shit. I mean, y'all been bad for so damn long.
Right. And it's a major market. And it's like, okay, you finally have something to believe in. You know, and New York naturally is aggressive. We come at the Knicks. Like, we don't just come at Indiana. We don't come at Halliburton. We come at the own Knicks. Like, it's people that's violating Jalen Brunson right now because he lost. Indiana
Yep.
isn't a bad team. I like their swagger. I mean, I don't think Indiana's a bad team. It's just something I don't like about them. And maybe it's because I'm from New York.
Yeah. Like I said, um, I've been hating on
And I know
Indiana
people
since
who's
the
not from New
Kobe.
York who don't like Indiana. So I don't know what's up with that team that people don't like them.
Yeah, Indiana, where Indiana got me hating on them is during the playoffs they tried to injure Kobe.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
One of the guys stuck their foot out when Kobe jumped to shoot. They came down, but Kobe Bryant is such a damn dog. He just said,
Right.
"Watch this. I got something for you," and we put belt to ass.
Y'all still got bodies. So what's up?
Yeah, and having Shaq and Kobe, that tandem was just so dominant. I mean, you double Shaq, here come Kobe. You don't double, you know what I mean? Like sometimes you can double, it still don't matter. So
Exactly.
I used to love those Laker teams back in the day. Those teams were so special. But as far as the Knicks goes, I used to watch some clips back when they had Patrick Ewing and
Mm-hmm.
John Starks and all that.
Right. Yeah, I mean the Knicks, I don't know. I just want them to win a championship in my lifetime. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Cause I'm 28. I'm like, dang, if y'all can win it at least once, can I don't care if I'm 70. Can we can I see just one? For real, cause that's crazy. Like 1973 was the last chip. That's mad crazy work. Like for real.
They can definitely win the championship. Is definitely possible. Anybody can win a championship. All you need is the Pacers' luck.
And I don't
Is
I
it?
don't
Is
get
it
it. Cause they're not really like think about it. I don't like yeah, they're like, I feel like they're a good team, but I don't feel like they're that good. You know what people make it seem like. Like I don't feel like y'all is like unbeatable, you know? Like come on.
no, I was born. No, I was born '96. She was born '97. I was born
Yeah, I was
'96. I'm
born in
20.
96. Yeah, I was born in 96 too. Yeah.
Yeah, '96, man. Yeah, '96. My Packers won the Super Bowl the same year I was born. So that was
Uh-huh.
special. But as far as King, man, what do you got on this Knicks talk, man? You got anything to add to this, King?
Nah, not really, man. I'm listening to y'all pop it.
Yeah,
Uh,
Go ahead.
cause I'm gonna be honest, right? I feel like us Knicks fans or whatever, I feel like we kind of equivalent to like the basketball version of like the Cowboys fans, right?
I wouldn't go that far. No.
Nah, the Cowboys won a chip win in the 90s, right? No, we got to keep it a buck. Yo, I really feel like it's comparable because no matter how trash they is, they still got a strong fan base. And granted, the Knicks is not completely garbage right now, right? Because
Yeah, but
they made the conference or whatever, right? So they're not
I'm gonna
trash.
give I'm gonna give y'all the edge because the Cowboys ain't been to the conference finals since the '90s.
Wait,
Y'all have just
nah. So how you think the Cowboys got such a strong fan base still?
I
they
mean, the
they
Cowboys got this.
their fan base was built in like the '60s and '70s, like over like I think the first 30 Super Bowls. The Cowboys had made like 16 championship games back during that time.
Oh shit, yeah. The Cowboys got the edge.
Many fans the Cowboys be having, I really be feeling like it's comparable to the Knicks because it's like, yo, the Knicks haven't won a championship since what, the 70s, and you still got a strong fan base.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah, but the
but
Cowboys had more. The Cowboys had way more superstar players than the Knicks had. If you
well,
think about it.
you gotta look at it that the Knicks fan base or fandom is really, kind of like state pride. You know what I'm talking about?
It's
Like,
like, yeah, like New York, yeah.
yeah,
Like you from New
it's
York, so you
super
just
super
jacked up because you
heavy.
from New York.
Right, New York, New Jersey. I think New Jersey got a lot of Knicks fans.
Yeah,
So
New Jersey, yup,
right,
Jersey,
that whole part over
Connecticut.
there is 100% New York Knicks. And the thing that separates y'all from the Cowboys, which makes y'all better than Cowboy fans, is that Knicks fans ain't every year saying that they finna win the NBA Finals. Like Cowboy fans think they finna win the Super Bowl every year. They truly believe that. Knicks fans have been more realistic and understanding where their team is. When they
Right.
team
And
ain't good
as
enough to
Knicks
compete.
fans, we will curse, and I know you seen this, King. We will curse these niggas out once y'all lose. Like we will call y'all bum ass niggas and all that. Like fuck the Knicks for real.
Yeah, facts. So yeah, you
That's
shouldn't
why even
you
now,
shouldn't
like,
disrespect you shouldn't
yo,
disrespect the Knicks by comparing them to the Cowboys.
no, but I'm saying in regards to like the fan base of you haven't won shit, but you still got a strong fan base. You get me? In that context of like a diehard fan base.
Yeah, but that's still disrespect to your fellow Knicks fans to call y'all Cowboy fans.
No, I'm telling you, that shit is critical. I know niggas who been like my dad been a fan of the Knicks since he was a kid. And my dad was born in what, like 1960. He don't care. He still go hard from the niggas. He don't care if he ain't win a chip in years. He gonna stand with his Knicks though, regardless.
Right. Yeah, again, that's the hometown team. He's never known nothing else.
I mean, and that's dope. And I
These
feel like that's
delusional.
why a lot of people hate on the Knicks too, though, right or wrong, because they still got that strong ass fan base. It don't matter if they trash, they still gonna have fans.
Well, yeah, because New Yorkers are very loud, and you know, like y'all make sure that you make yourselves heard, and so maybe that rubs people the wrong way, especially since y'all haven't won since the '70s, and then because I remember back in the mid '90s
Mm-hmm.
when the Knicks was good. They had, Chris Childs and them boys,
Right.
Patrick Ewing. Like I remember those Knicks teams, and Knicks fans was very, very loud and rambunctious. When they teams are competing, they let everybody know it. And so that's probably why, there's certain fans or fan bases that don't like the Knicks or the Knicks fans, you know what I'm saying? But again, y'all not delusional like the Cowboy fan. Don't down y'all your fan base like that. Like that's kind of bad. Cowboy fans are the worst fan base in America.
This shit, right? Regard. I don't even know how does the Giants collapse. It's crazy, right? The Giants is like trash for real. That's crazy.
You talking about the New York Giants or the San Francisco Giants?
The New York Giants.
Yeah, well, after they lost Eli, they haven't had a quarterback.
Crazy because I remember that year where the y'all not from New York, but I remember the year when the Yankees and the Giants won. The Yankees won the World Series and the Giants won the Super Bowl. That was crazy.
Yeah, what was it, like '06 or something like that?
I think it was like '09 or something. And that was
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, okay. I know what you're talking
Right.
about.
But King, did you watch the Knicks game tonight too?
Yeah.
What'd you think about it?
Um, I thought Indiana, hit another level down the stretch. That's what I thought.
I
I
mean, yeah,
didn't.
they definitely got super fired up, you know? They
Yeah.
definitely, you know.
Nobody in New York could could step up. Bronson, this was his worst game of the series.
Yeah, he had a bad game. He had a terrible
Yeah.
game.
But it wasn't it to me, it wasn't that he was just trash tonight. It's just like he can't keep carrying the load by himself. Like he's already undersized. The dude is
Exact
averaging 33 for the series. Like he's had monster games in this series. Cat, and it's the same issue that they had with him in
underwhelmed.
Minnesota. Bro,
Uh-huh.
he's so inconsistent as a big man. You cannot depend on him. You-
Exactly.
yeah, and so that's why I put down in the chat. New York has to get another star with um Brunson.
Exactly. Somebody who can continuously and guarantee create offense. Because
Right.
Cat, you keep sitting there trying to sit at the 3-point line, bro. The
Right.
shots ain't falling. Get in the paint for real.
Get in the
You well.
paint. Like, bro, you 7 foot.
And none
You
of
like
them dudes can
280
D you. You
pounds.
already walked. You literally trampled over Miles Turner. He can't do nothing with you. Get in the paint, bro. I mean, that didn't irritate you. Like, why you keep shooting these 3-pointers that you ain't making? It's crazy to me.
Well, no, that's what I expect from him. That's what he did in New York. That's why I thought, and people thought I was crazy. But when the trade was made, and everybody was saying, "Oh, New York won that trade. New York won that trade," I said, to me, that trade broke even
Right.
because the one thing about Julius Randle will attack the rim. He'll get down in the paint. He'll provide a post presence that Cat will not provide.
Exactly.
Now
And
he,
this,
he
yeah, it's
go
crazy.
ahead,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Jalen Brunson he needs another star. You know what I'm saying? For real.
Yeah.
Because he can't just be carrying it by himself. Because the only people who was really standouts to me in this game, I would say is OG Mitch with some of his defense. I mean, I can't really even pinpoint people because the offense was really trash tonight. You know what I'm saying? For the Knicks. I'm
Right,
not even gonna lie. It was
right.
garbage.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
the only
Bronson,
thing is that's memorable is OG with them dunks and all that, you know?
yeah, and being that Bronson had a off night, the
It
rest of
should be
your offense
somebody else
struggled.
who could pick up the load.
Exactly, exactly.
Like Mikael
Somebody else.
Bridges, you just a shell of your former self, bro. Like for real.
But see,
It's
he's a role player by heart, by
yeah,
nature. You know, like when he was in Phoenix, his best role is as a 3 and D guy. It's not to create offense. Now they sent him to Brooklyn, and Brooklyn didn't have nobody, and they put the ball in his hands, so he had the ultimate green light in the regular season. He can get up all the shots he wants to, and his scoring went up. But that's not who he is. Like he's not built to be a number two scorer on a team. That's
right.
not his role. New York has to get rid of Cat and try to get another star. You got to package picks. You got to get Cat. Maybe throw in another
Cause
player.
think about it. I'ma be honest, right? I feel like this team is worse than the team that we had with Hartenstein and them. You don't think so?
Is it worse?
I feel like it's worse. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it's worse.
I don't know that it's worse. I just think all the pieces don't
Don't
fit
line
completely
up. The
together.
dynamic is
Right,
thrown off.
right. It's a missing piece, and I think that if you had another piece like the correct piece, and I know that Mike said Giannis, man, that would be crazy. Like I believe
How
if
you
you
think he
can,
would fit into it?
he would fit
To the
awesome. He fit
awesome
awesome.
to the
Yeah.
because
Oh
now
yeah.
you got somebody else creating offense and defense.
And defense, and his passing has improved immensely, like over the last 2 years. So not only can he defend in the half court, he can run the floor. You can put him in actions with Bronson. They can play off of each other. He can get his own shot down in the paint. Because he's not a shooter, but also he can just get the ball off the rim and lead the fast break, and he can make those passes. So you have another
Right.
playmaker, scorer, and defender. If you can keep most that team intact and swap him out for Cat and maybe one other piece, say I think you can probably pencil the Knicks in for the finals. I truly believe that because Bronson is a dog, but he got to have somebody else. And if he had a legitimate number one, well, now he can slide in as a number two. Say,
Exactly. They
man,
would
that'll
be
be
cooking, you know,
that'll
because
be
they
scary,
can't carry everything on his back. Me and
right?
Brunson, I'm like, how tall is Brunson? Like five something, 5'11" or something, right?
Yeah, he's like 5'11
It like, bro, he's
on a
mad
on a good
small
day.
in the NBA. You know what I'm saying? He's already small. So it's like he carrying the whole freaking team on his back for real.
Yeah, that's why I said nobody can be mad at him for this game. Like Knicks, no Knicks fan, nobody could look at
Ain't nobody
Bronson.
else showed up.
Exactly.
If you
They
really
can't
think
look at
about it.
him and be like, bro, you ain't show up in game six. But he been carrying the team for the previous 5 games, and there's nobody else who consistently showed up with him. So
Exactly.
yeah,
Because think about it, yo. Because remember the first, and I was saying this earlier, remember the first 2 minutes of the game where the Knicks came in mad aggressive and they threw off the Pacers dynamic. Think about it, they threw them off. You could tell the Pacers was kind of shook at the beginning of this game.
yeah,
Because remember, Miles Turner was, he was about to throw the ball out. Tyrese Halliburton was kind of panicking,
yeah, he was
because they
shook.
was real aggressive, remember?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
And I don't know what happened. They just let that go. They just freaking let it go. If
yeah.
they would have
Well,
kept that up, they could have won this game. Right or wrong.
yeah, I believe so, but I also think down the stretch, like late third, early fourth, they got a couple of shots to fall. That got the crowd back into it, and from there, everybody else just fed off the crowd.
Right,
Like they
right,
at
right,
home, and role players start making plays, hitting shots, getting
right.
blocks, steals. Like all of that stuff just
And then
fed
New York
them.
was just playing tacky basketball for real. Be
Yeah,
honest.
that's true. Yeah.
Sloppy basketball for
Yeah,
real.
Cat had multiple turnovers. Like, bro, why are you grabbing people when you driving to the rim?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was just dumb stuff. And then I was telling him earlier, like, remember Miles McBride made that three to cut it to like nine, and they didn't even count it. Talk about he was out of bounds. I'm like, that guy was not out of bounds.
I
I
don't
feel
remember that play.
like the Knicks just beat themselves for real, because y'all could have beat them tonight, but y'all just gave up for real. Like to me, after the half point, like after halftime, I'm like, y'all wasn't even the same team when y'all came back out. Right or wrong?
Yeah, they wasn't they didn't play the same. They didn't play the same. I don't know if it was fatigue. I don't know if Indiana turned it up a notch, but you can definitely see the difference from the first half
Because
to the second half.
in your opinion, do you think that Indiana's gonna get swept by OKC? Because that's what we
Nah,
talked about earlier.
I think they're gonna at least win one. I got OKC in five.
Yeah, I feel like if the Pacers, the one game they win is gonna be like a razor thin margin.
Yeah,
That's what I think.
yeah, yeah. They not finna blow out OKC. OKC plays great
OKC about to
defense.
blow out them. You don't think so?
Yeah, yeah. But I'm saying Indiana's not gonna blow out a OKC.
Right. Because think about it, it's not even comparable, right or wrong, OKC and Indiana. Like you can't even
Well,
compare.
look, I honestly think that it's going to be an entertaining series because of the style of play. It's gonna be an up and down series.
Right,
Neither
right.
team really has um like a low post presence or something like that to consistently just slow the pace down. Indiana wants to get out and run. OKC is young and athletic, so they're okay playing that up and down pace. So
Uh-huh.
I believe it's going to be an entertaining game. I just think that when it's all said and done, OKC is so much better defensively. They got so many more wings that they could throw at Halliburton to make it tough on them. They're going to be physical. They got size. And when it all comes down to it, I just think that they're going to be able to pull away from Indiana in these games, particularly in the second half. I do think it's going to be an entertaining series, though. And I think, Indiana's going to be able to them out of game. I think they're going to win a game.
Right.
But New York don't have nothing to hang their head about, man. They right there. They just need another star. I don't know which player they gonna get, but Giannis is should be the goal. He should be number one and number two on their
Cause
list.
think about it, Brunson been carrying this on his back all freaking season for real, right or wrong.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
And
He
that
got
man, I know that man is tired. Wouldn't
yes,
you be
he
tired
gotta get some
carrying?
help. He gotta get some help. He got to. They gotta get him some help, like some real help. Cat's not the
Because
answer.
think about if he actually had help. The Knicks would kind of be nasty if they really had help in order because you can't expect, offense out of all these other players, really. You know?
Yeah, because
Like
everybody else are
OG,
role players.
Mitch,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Well,
OG Mitch, y'all is the ones for the cleanup for real. You know what I'm saying? Y'all is the cleanup. Y'all ain't really creating too many offense.
right.
Occasionally you might shoot a three, but nah, you need somebody else who's a key player. And then just in case Mitch or OG come in with the cleanup, right or wrong with the dunk or something.
Yeah, that's a fact. KD might be the answer.
I mean, you think
You went out.
I said you think that he would match with the dynamic of the team?
Yeah. Because again, all you really gonna do is you gonna swap him and Cat. Let Cat go back and play with his boy Booker. I think they played college ball together or something like that. Send him over there to
So you don't
Phoenix.
think Cat is good on the Knicks, in your opinion?
No, he's not a fit, bro. Like He to me, Cat is just too soft. He's too soft.
He's not aggressive. Even Mitch is more aggressive than him. Be for real, Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah, but uh OG's more aggressive than him. Like the dude, you said it. He just want to camp out at the 3-point line and shoot threes all game.
Cause imagine if he would have been aggressive even tonight, like how he was in that other game, but drove up to the paint. Right or wrong?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In tonight's game, this is a game where Brunson needed him to step up. He needed him to
Exactly.
say, okay, you don't really got it tonight. I'm finna take over. I'm taking this thing back to New York. We finna force a game seven. They gonna have to win game seven on our floor.
Exactly.
And he
Yo, if
couldn't step
The
up.
Knicks could have won tonight. I mean, it was just dumb stuff why y'all didn't win for real. Right or wrong?
Yeah. Like I said, turnovers, offensive
And
fouls.
then just Jalen Brunson, nobody else showing up really except for
Nobody else
Jalen
showed up.
Brunson.
Yeah, that's a fact. And
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
why I picked before this game. I think yesterday I said Indiana. I thought Indiana was gonna win
because why'd you think they was gonna win back then?
because
How'd you know they was gonna win the game tonight?
because I had said this. Um, Cat had that game. I think it was three, game
Mm-hmm.
three, game four. One of them games where he had like 20 points in the fourth quarter or the third quarter, something like that.
Uh-huh.
And I said that's an anomaly. That's not gonna happen again from him. He's not gonna do that again no more for the rest of this series. Bronson has been single-handedly trying to carry this team, and even then they was down 3-1. And they won the last game in New York, which I expected. I'm like a good team, like New York's a good team. They not finna lose game five at home. Like that's not gonna happen. But when they gotta go back to Indiana, I did not believe that nobody else was gonna step up for Bronson in game six in Indiana. I didn't believe it. And I felt Indiana on a home court, that crowd was gonna get behind them. Role players play better at home. They was gonna win game six at home. And down the stretch, that's exactly what happened. The crowd got back into it. All the role players started making plays. So the Knicks gotta um they gotta get Cat up out of there. Giannis should be the number one option. KD should be their second option. Anybody there?
How do you think you can hear me now?
I can now.
Wolves traded him because he's soft, or you think because of like money or something like that?
No, I think because he was soft.
Right, right.
Like I mean, if you look at it, when you talk about age, um, skill set, that type of stuff, you would think that Cat would be more valuable than Julius Randle. So why
Right.
would Minnesota trade Cat for a dude that's considered a lesser player?
Exactly. Exactly.
They
But
thought
look
he
who
was
else they
soft.
got. They got DiVincenzo. I'm like, why would they trade
Yes.
DiVincenzo? The Knicks was dumb. You don't think they're dumb for trading DiVincenzo?
DiVincenzo, yeah, that was a bad.
Because
That
he
was a
would have been
bad.
perfect right now, right? Just to
Yeah,
make some
yeah,
type of
he is a
offense.
dog. Yeah, he a dog. He a dog. Now he still wouldn't solve the issue of having
But
somebody who
he would be a nice offensive role player. You get me?
right,
Because
right.
remember last year in the playoffs versus the Pacers, he had like seven freaking threes and made like 30 points when Jalen Brunson got injured and stuff.
Yeah, like I say, he a dog. And I thought sending him and Randall to Minnesota, was gonna be big for them. That Randall turned back into his old self in the conference finals where
And
he
he
wasn't
collapsed.
right. he played he played extremely well in the first two rounds and then got to the conference finals And when Ant-Man needed a number two, somebody to take some of that
Nobody
pressure
showed
because
up for him.
nobody else could show up for him and provide that for him night in, night out.
And it's
Because
so sad, right? Because those type of things, like the finals, the playoffs, they always expose the missing pieces that you need to
exactly,
get it done.
exactly. Because now this team gets to concentrate on just you. They don't got to worry about going from the East Coast to the West Coast to the Midwest to the South. They can just concentrate on you.
Right. And
Your
day
all
in,
your
day out, they
flaws.
learn your game and they learn
Exactly.
how to neutralize you. So all they had to
Exactly.
do was neutralize Ant-Man, and that was it. Right or
Exactly.
wrong.
Exactly.
Same thing they
Exactly.
did, just same thing the Pacers did with Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, well,
Neutralize you, and that's it. And
nah. Indiana said, okay, Bronson,
no, because remember,
we're
they
gonna
made it
let you
hard for
cook.
him to make shots. They
Well, yeah,
was heavy on
they
defense. They wore him out. They said, let's wear
right,
down Jalen Brunson. That was the goal.
right, right.
Wear him
But
down.
they let him get his numbers. But we not finna let OG go off. We not finna let Cat go off. We not finna let nah. You by yourself. Yeah, you can drop 30, you can drop 40. That's cool. The rest of these dudes is not finna eat. And we gonna still defend you hard. And we gonna still make you make tough shots. But the rest of these dudes, we finna cut their water off.
Right, because I was even, and then what irritated me too about Jalen Brunson, bro, and I get it, you like he feels like, and I get it, you feel like you can't trust your team, but bro, it's like if you're being heavily guarded, why are you not passing the ball? Like, why are you even? I'm confused. That was crazy.
Yeah.
Like you're making the situation worse. You can hear me,
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
right? That's not crazy. Like, come on, pass the ball, bro.
Yeah, but the some of these players kind of get into that mode. I remember after Shaq left, Kobe had gotten to that mode where he
Mm-hmm.
didn't feel like some of these dudes around like they wasn't making plays, and so it's like, why am I going to waste passing you the ball? You're not doing nothing with it.
Right. So let me
You get
just,
shot clock
ball hog.
violations, the balls getting turned over, like all this other goofy shit. And like every time we come down the floor and we don't score, and then they get the sprint back on the other end and it's fast break up tempo shit, like it's just creating a bigger deficit for us. Like, fuck it. I'm the best
Right.
option on the team. I'm finna take the shot.
Right. And I'm not gonna lie, yo, we gotta have some. Josh Hart played terrible the whole series. I'm not gonna lie. Like, what happened to Josh Hart for real?
Yeah, I don't know.
He ain't played terrible this whole series for real.
Look, I look at him. He's a dude that needs other people to create for him. He's a good defender. He's a good shooter. But
I mean,
again,
to me, he's
I
good
just
with
thought Indiana.
rebounding. To me, he's good with rebounding. Doing the fast stuff. But it's like, bro, like you just doing slot. Like I don't know what's going on in your mind. If it's like the anxiety, the pressure, but it's like you just making dumb. Like I don't know. I don't know what happened with him. I don't know. He was terrible this whole series. Mikael Bridges, like, you already said, he's a role player, whatever, but that dude been kind of terrible for me. Like, I don't know. I don't think he was worth all of that. I don't think he was worth I think what, 4 first round
Yeah,
draft
that
picks or
was crazy.
something. He wasn't worth that.
That was crazy. That was
He's not
crazy.
worth that for real.
Hell no. But these
And
teams
now
been
it
going.
seems like he's a shell of his former self, right or wrong.
No, I just think again, some of these teams put him in bad situations
Yeah.
because of what he did in Brooklyn.
And Brooklyn being the only one having to do that.
Right. And it's like now he got all the shots he wanted. It was just him and Cam Johnson. And they can put up all the shots they want, good shots, bad shots, it didn't matter.
But think about it. If you a trash team, anything gonna look good, right? If you was the highest scorer on the team,
Right,
right or wrong.
right, right. But New York turned around and gave 4 first round picks for him. That is
Like that's
crazy.
crazy work.
That's crazy.
I think he gotta go. You don't think so?
Now I think he's a good player. I
Mm.
genuinely do. But if he's in his role, If
Right.
he's in his role where he can just defend the best offensive player on the other team, he can knock down wide open threes, he can help on the glass. That's his role. Give you about 14, 15 points a night.
But that's
Like,
another thing that he sold with them 3 pointers, right? None of his shots was falling. It was crazy to me.
well, yeah, because like I said, Indiana said we finna cut everybody else's water off.
Right.
All y'all, the only person we really got to worry about is Brunson. We gonna let him, we gonna defend him hard, but we not finna trap him. We ain't doing none of that. You finna
Right.
have to carry the offensive load. We cutting everybody else water off. None of these other dudes is finna get into a rhythm or none of that. We staying home with your shooters.
Right. Because if it, like honestly, during the off season, if you was the Knicks, who would you trade other than Cat? Like who you think could go off the team?
Um, I'll be willing to give up OG.
Why?
But if
I like
because if I can
OG.
get a star, I gotta give up a young, promising prospect to go along with Cat. And so if I gotta choose between OG and Bridges, I'm gonna choose Bridges. I'll get him OG and Cat. You give me Giannis. You give me KD. Because everybody else can now just slot into their roles easily.
Right. Because to me, this may even be a nasty combination. Giannis, Brunson, and Mitch. That would be nasty, wouldn't it? On the floor. Just them three.
Yes.
And Bridges. That would be nasty on the floor, wouldn't it?
Yes. 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 That's what I'm
Nobody's
saying.
messing with them like
Nah,
that.
nah. I think you can probably pencil them
You
in
can maybe make it
for
to
the
a chip
NBA
with that. What you
Finals.
think?
You can pencil New York into the finals.
Right.
If
Yeah.
you can if you can keep if you can keep that together and you give away Cat, you give away OG, you
Right.
know what I'm saying? If you
Right.
can keep that together and you can get Giannis, stop it.
But imagine
Stop
you
it.
could find a way to keep OG and get Giannis still.
Yeah, that's to me that'll be tough. Especially since you kind of mortgage your draft picks, your draft capital for Bridges.
Yeah,
So you don't have
and that wasn't even worth it. That definitely
it,
wasn't
nah,
worth
it
it.
wasn't. But see, what really screwed this whole thing up was when Minnesota gave up 4 or 5 first round picks for Rudy Gobert.
And that was even ridiculous.
That's right. That's when it all got screwed up.
Cause Rudy sometimes be like a missing person ad too, don't he?
Exactly. You can force teams to take him off the court because you put him in pick and roll. He can't defend on the perimeter. That was his problem in Utah. He
Right.
kept getting played off the floor.
Crazy, yo.
But he the one messed up the draft formula. Because
Yeah,
at
that's
first
crazy.
the only way teams was giving up 4 and 5 first round picks was for superstars, straight up superstars.
Right. Right.
Then Gobert come through, and so now it's like, oh, okay. If they giving up 5 first round picks for Rudy, I know I can get that for Mikal Bridges
Right. Cause
in
even
New
like
York City.
as right, cause even as we get into like the Knicks bench or whatever, how you feel about Deuce McBride? I mean, I'm not like, bro, you knock down shots and stuff sometimes, but I'm not really a big fan. And
Yeah, well,
he
that's
plays
what his.
too fast and he rushes stuff too much for me.
Yeah, how old is he?
He's probably I think he's probably
You broke up.
oh sorry, I was looking it up. So Deuce 24.
You breaking up, Shot.
So Deuce is 24. Sorry, I was looking it up.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's young. Yeah, so his main thing is to be a floor spacer coming off the bench.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know Mike don't like the hitters, but he's still young, so you just kind of gotta make it through some of the growing pains with him right now. But as long as he keeps knocking down shots and he's competing on defense, I mean, you kind of want to keep that. Shooters are at a premium. You don't know that you need him until he gone, till you ain't got it coming off your bench. Then all of
Yeah,
a sudden, like,
because
damn, we need shooters.
how do you think too the Bucks could rebuild? Because if they lose Giannis, all they gonna have is what, Dame time? That's it. Really, and Brooke Lopez, who don't grab no rebounds, but you a whole center, is crazy to me.
Yeah, because they be having him posted up at the 3 point line. But I think this was the last year of his contract, so I think Brooke is gonna be a free agent. Now,
Mm.
I think for them, Cat would be a nice piece, but I think that everybody kind of looks at Cat the same way. It would be hard. Like if I'm Milwaukee, I don't want Cat necessarily. Like I truly don't. Like that would have to be a situation where Giannis come out and say, I don't want to go nowhere but New York.
Well, I mean, you think Giannis wants to go to New York? Because I kind of think he does, right?
Well, I think New York was a part of the teams because I think it was his agent or somebody who came out and had set a list of teams that
Right.
Giannis would be willing to go to. I think New York was in there. I think Miami was in there.
And I think
Um,
he spent a lot of time in New York too, though. Right? Giannis.
that I don't know for sure,
Yeah. But
but
I mean, why would he
I
go to
think they was a part
Miami
of
though?
this.
I mean, I don't even know. That's dumb, right?
Well, it's probably Miami has that reputation for their culture. You
Yeah,
know,
but that's crazy. I mean, I don't know. I
and
would want
then
to go
it's
to somewhere where I have a chance of going, actually, doing something and not just having to rebuild from start, from jump, from
yeah,
scratch.
but you also gotta think about it. He's from Greece, and I think they got a nice sized population in Miami, so he can get
Oh, gotcha.
some of the food that he's used to, that type of thing. To kind of give him that home feel or whatever. I don't know,
Right,
but
because
I
what do you
do
think Dame is gonna do too?
that. I don't know. I don't know that
Because to
Milwaukee
me,
would
the
probably
Bucks is
try to
like,
sell
how do
him
you
off.
even rebuild, right? I mean, I don't even know how you rebuild after Giannis leaves for real.
Well, see
Because to me, the Bucks been trash. I don't know. The Bucks used to be good even like 2 years ago, right? I don't know what happened with them.
well, yeah, they was good when they had Drew Holiday, and they made that trade that sent out Drew Holiday, Milton. No, it ain't his name ain't Milton. What's that boy name? Uh, Middleton. Middleton
Chris
had that
Middleton,
injury.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
Chris Middleton,
he had
yep.
that injury, and that kind of took him out for 2 years. They ended up trading away Drew Holiday, and the team ain't never been the same. So they got real
Yeah, right.
old,
Like
real
even 2
fast.
years ago, they used to be decent, and then they freaking turned trash for some reason. I don't know. Like, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
That's why
So
Giannis requested a trade, right? He like, this is a sinking ship.
I don't think that he's come flat out yet. And if he has, it's just been to the team. He hasn't come out publicly. But I think somebody in his camp or whatever had kind of put out a list on social media of the teams that he kind of want to go to or would be willing to go to.
Cause how do
So
the trade? Because how do the trades like exactly work? Like when you want to trade, like let's say if a player requests a trade, is it
well,
like different teams offer stuff for you or whatever?
yeah,
Yeah,
unless
gotcha.
unless the player, like I said, comes out and say, "This is the team I want to go to. I only want to go to this one team." And so if he has some leverage where he has a contract that got 1 year left on it, he can tell other teams, I'm not going to re-sign with you. So teams aren't going to offer up their talent for a 1 year rental. That's why I said if he said, I only want to go to the Knicks, that will put the Knicks in the driver's seat. Otherwise, these other teams, and so the way that they will rebuild is number one, the salaries got to match.
Right.
So whatever Giannis's salary is, Milwaukee would have to get that same amount of salary back, or at least close to it. But they're gonna want, if it's older players, they're gonna want them on expiring deals. They're gonna want a ton of draft picks so that they can help them rebuild. Because that's how you rebuild basically is through the draft first. Then free agents come next. She fell out, Mike.
Damn, she fell out again, huh?
Yeah, yeah, she ended up falling out.
But yeah, I was clicking on some real shit. But what did you say that I wasn't gonna like? You said something like that. What are you referring to?
No, because I we was talking about that player coming off the bench. I said he young, and you know you don't like when people say that players are young and shit. So
For the Knicks?
yeah,
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Go Mike don't like that young shit. That sounds like excuses to me.
man. What up,
You
Texas?
gotta,
I
you
ain't
gotta,
no
you
Texas was
gotta
down in
have.
the What up, Jay Will? I ain't no Texas was down in the chat, man.
Yep,
And,
you been down in
and
the chat.
dry turkey. You take your punk ass to one of them cowboy channels. Nobody care about the Cowboys, homeboy. Cowboys is trash.
Hell yeah, it is. You
That
know
that
how?
young lady, that young lady know her nicks, man.
Yeah, man, she know ball. She know more ball than some of the men that hop on here.
Nah, that's a fact.
But to the Bunker Young point, um, when I first started in Walmart, my first year, I was getting my feet wet. The second year, I turned into a Hall of Famer. I turned into a Hall of Famer in year two. I've been doing it 15 years now. So
You
it
in
is,
no
it is.
goddamn Hall of Fame in year two, man.
I did turn the Hall of Famer in year two because in year two, well, I started at 13, 14. By the time I turned 14, I was in year two. By the time year two came, I became one of the best workers there, like hands down. Now, I wasn't able to do certain things because of the age factor, but for the things I was able to do, I dominated in those categories and did it better than people that have been doing it, 30 plus years, 20 plus years.
Yeah, because those people ain't still collecting carts from out in the parking lot, Mike.
No, I do it. No, I do everything. I do everything, King. I don't just do one thing or the other. I do multiple things. Like if somebody calls in, King, I'm the kind of guy. I'm kind of like a go-to guy. Like somebody calls in, you can slide me anywhere. You slide me from the register, customer service, gaming section, garden section, floral, bakery, deli, grocery, parking lot. I can work anywhere in the store. Literally, I'm a 15-year vet. Telling you, man, can't don't understand. Like go Mike in year two became a legend. I'm telling you, like customers talk about it.
You was a
Customers
legend in
talk
your
about it.
own
Managers
mind.
talk about it. Huh?
I say you was a legend in your own mind.
No, no. The thing about you, King, is that when you hear me speak about it, you think I'm just bullshitting. But if you talk, but if you spoke to my coworkers and people that have been around me for that span, they'll tell you themselves. Like that motherfucker right there, he do everything, and I don't just do it. I do it efficiently. Yeah, there's people that work and they slow as fuck, but Go Mike is efficient. No matter what I'm doing, no matter what it is. So you know, it sounds like it's crazy, but it's not. When you got your peers talking about it, King, and I ain't talking about just one person or two person. I'm talking about everybody that works there to tell you that motherfucker right there. In year two, I'm telling you, year two, I became a great because the way I work, a lot of people don't work. A lot of people's not efficient when they come to work. A lot of people they call in. like crazy. The call in sheet, if you saw the call in sheet, King, I'm nowhere on it compared to the other people. I've only got 4 call ins in 15 years versus everybody else, they got 10 or more. Easy. I've only taken 4 vacations. Everybody else taking 10 or plus.
You've
So it's
taken
like,
4 vacations in 15 years?
I've only taken 4.
Man, you crazy as hell.
Which is why I say, King, I became a legend not just because of work ethic, but also because I'm so damn consistent. You can't overlook that. And when I was young, I didn't make excuses. I didn't go in there and say, "Oh, because I'm young." No, I came with the mindset is I'm going to dominate, and that's what I do. That's what I've been doing. I didn't go, "Oh, I was young." No, I ain't do none of that shit. I don't believe in this. I don't believe in that bullshit. Oh, he was young. No, that's bullshit, man. If you want something bad enough, you can do it. Jordan Love got a warning. I ain't let you know what I mean, and I don't think he won it right now. I think he don't give a fuck right now. He got to come out, like I said, and show that he won it. He got to put his nuts on the table. I don't want to hear that youngish excuse shit. Players got to stop getting that. Players got to stop getting that as a pass. You either you want it or you don't. Is that simple? Do you want it bad enough? Yes or no? It just comes literally down to that. Jordan Love needs to watch film a lot more than he does. He needs to spend a lot of time in the film room session, way more than he does. Him and Matt LaFleur need to come together and figure out what the fuck going on with these damn interceptions. Because it's a damn shame. Um, Ball security with Jordan Love is an issue as well. Got to fix that. The inaccurate throws, you got to fix that, bro. There's so many things like throwing off the back foot. All that shit got to stop. Like he got to want it, bro. If I was in the NFL, King, you would think I'd be bullshitting. If I was in a league right now, man, I would train my ass off. I'll be consistently putting in work, whether it's film room, whether it's working out, whether it's training, whatever it is. Let's say I got drafted to the Packers and I was a defensive lineman. You think my ass would be on podcast talking to people? Hell no. I ain't talking to none of you bitch ass niggas because you ain't gonna help my career. My ass gonna be on the squat rack. My ass gonna have my diet in play. I'm gonna watch film. I'm gonna work on technique, all kind of shit. I would never be on anybody's podcast except my own. I ain't gonna be talking to those motherfuckers. Fuck y'all. I come to play football. Go on to the club. No, I wouldn't do none of that shit. So yeah, man. I mean, love got to show he dedicated, bro. You got to put that work in. He got to be hungry. Can't come out here, eating greens and shit.
What? What you
But
mean
I'm
he
just
can't be
saying,
eating greens?
what I mean by it is that he not hungry. You got to be hungry. You got to come on that field. And you got to have a look on his eye, like I'm about to fuck you niggas up. You can't fuck me. I'm drawing love. You got to come out there. I want to see him ball fake more. I want to see Jordan Love add more ball fakes in his game. Add more ball fakes. Fix that damn footwork and throw that ball with intention and read the defense. That goes back to film room. Calling plays. Stop just relying on your coach. Rely on yourself sometimes. Sometimes you gotta say fuck the coach. I'm the quarterback. And come out and play. Don't just do shit because your coach said so. Do what you see. Whatever you see on the field, I ain't saying disregard your coach altogether, but I'm saying sometimes you gotta look at him like, look, bro, I see something you don't see because the coach on the sideline, so he ain't gonna be able to see everything from the sideline. You the one on the field. And I don't want to hear that young shit. Niggas love using this shit. Oh, what Jordan Love just young, man. You know, man, it was just a second year, man. No, that's
He
the
is young, bro.
no. You can use that bullshit for what is the nigga name y'all team? You can use that bullshit for Brock Purdy. I'm not giving that to Jordan Love. I'm sorry, bro. If Jordan Love played for the Jaguars, I wouldn't care. If he played anywhere else, I wouldn't even mention his name. I really don't want him playing for my team, to be honest. I really don't. Every time I watch Jordan Love play, he causes me to have high blood pressure.
Caught
Every
high
time
blood pressure.
but he send my blood pressure through the roof. Every pass that he makes, King, I close my eyes because I'm already thinking it's gonna be a pick, a batted down pass, or something. Every time
Hey,
you throw the ball, I close my eyes.
Texas, you hear your boy up here trolling and shit, bro?
I'm not because I'm not used to having a quarterback that doesn't give a fuck about football. I'm used to having Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, not Jordan Love. So every time Love throw the ball, I'm like, oh fuck. Even before he throw the ball, King. Even before he throw it, as soon as he pull his arm back, I'm like, oh shit.
It's time for somebody in the AFC to get to the Super Bowl besides Kansas City.
Huh?
I say it's time for somebody in the AFC to get to the Super Bowl besides Kansas City.
I mean,
The
everybody
last
over there.
team to do it was Cincinnati. What was that? 5 years ago? 4 years
Yeah.
ago? Some shit like that.
Facts. You're right.
This shit is starting to get embarrassing.
Now I ain't gonna lie to you. If Jordan Love played in the AFC, he only got to beat one team. He only got to beat Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm saying it's kind of embarrassing for the rest of them teams in the AFC that this one team is going to the damn Super Bowl every damn year, bro. If my team was in the AFC, bro, I'd be pissed off. How the fuck can you can't beat this fucking team like ever?
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't imagine being a Bills fan or a Ravens fan, bro.
I would love Lamar Jackson to play for the Packers. I would love that. I would trade Jordan Love straight up from Lamar Jackson.
Come on, bro. You was talking shit about Lamar last year when he lost in the playoffs to
No,
fucking
because
Patrick
Lamar.
Mahomes.
No, the reason why I like Lamar. Well, I'm not a huge fan of Lamar, but Lamar does something that reminds me of Rodgers. He not afraid. He not afraid to put that bitch down and run for 30 yards. Jordan
Yeah,
Love's a bitch.
but you said that Lamar can't throw the ball.
Lamar can throw it better than he could throw it like Lamar ain't the best passer, but he better than Jordan Love. That's for damn sure. He's way better than Jordan Love. Like that, like the discrepancy is not even close.
Yeah, he's a better quarterback than Jordan Love.
Yeah, that's why I say I would trade straight up because he's not gonna just because yeah, think King. Lamar's not gonna just stay in the pocket like Jordan Love do. He gonna be gone 30, 40 yards. Might go to the crib. All Love want to do is just sit back in the pocket like a bitch ass boy and try to make these bitch ass passes. It's terrible.
That's his job, my nigga. Is to sit in the pocket and throw the
Man,
ball.
how come Brett Favre could run? How come Aaron Rodgers could run?
I just told you
How,
last
how come
night, bro.
Love could just sit in the pocket all day?
I just told
That's
you last
terrible.
night. His name is Jordan Love. His name ain't Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
Stop
yeah,
expecting
yeah.
that man to play like them.
I want to trade. I want to trade Jordan Love for a quarterback that can throw and run.
So you want to
You
trade it
don't
for
need
Trey?
this shit.
You want to trade it for Trey Lance?
No, Trey Lance is awful. That nigga is a definition
he
trash.
could
No,
he
no
could
third.
throw and run. That what you
Man,
said?
Trevor Lawrence is Michael Jackson 2.0.
Who's
Fuck
that?
that.
Who's that motherfucker that won them games for y'all last year?
Malik Willis.
Yeah. So that's who you want to be your quarterback full time.
Hell yeah, because he got what Jordan Love don't. He know how to pull that bitch down and say, I'm gone. I would make Malik Willis the starting quarterback, go get a backup, and get rid of Jordan Love. That's what I would do. Hell yeah.
Boy, them motherfucking teams a dog walk the Packers.
No, they wouldn't because you got to think when you got Josh Jacobs, right, King, when you got Josh Jacobs in your backfield, right, and you got Malik Willis in your backfield, you know what that means? Malik Willis can fake run it, right? He can fake run it and then toss it to Jacobs, and now Jacobs is gone.
Yeah, but how long before teams figure out what y'all doing and shut that shit
No,
down
but when
and
you
force
throw
him
the,
to throw the ball 30 times from the
you're
pocket?
not going to be able. But here's the thing, King. It's not going to be easy to make him throw the ball because he's gonna force teams to do what they don't do with Jordan Love. Like with Jordan Love, do you have to spy on Jordan Love? No, because you know for a fact he's not even thinking run. Malik Willis, he's gonna make you have to spy on him, which means now he's naturally, what am I trying to say, King? He's naturally gonna pull one guy forward, worried about him running, which is gonna open up something in the backfield. Because now with the threat of Malik Willis running, you could fake run. No, he could hike the ball. He don't even got to run because teams are already going to be sitting there waiting on him. So he could really just fake it to he could fake it to Jacobs, fake the throw and then take off, or fake it to Jacobs then throw it. Like there's so many options with Malik compared to Jordan Love. Jordan Love don't make you think. You already know what he gonna do. Malik Willis,
Well,
you don't.
I had a quarterback that could run and do a little bit of throwing in Colin Kaepernick, and I would not give up Brock Purdy for Colin Kaepernick right
No,
now
but
today.
who's that running back?
Our running back was Frank Gore.
So you saying Frank Gore is better than Josh Jacobs?
Hell yeah, nigga, what are you talking about? Frank Gore's a Hall of Famer. The hell?
Frank Gore nice and all, but Josh
Don't
Jacobs
don't
different
don't
beast.
be disrespectful, Mike.
I'm keeping it a bean. And then Colin
No, you
Kaepernick,
not keeping it a bit, bro. That nigga is
here,
not better than Frank Gore.
on
Stop
the
it.
on the Niners, here's what kills your point, King. The 49ers, when they hit Colin Kaepernick, y'all had receivers that you knew were gonna get the ball a certain amount of times. Like you already knew that Frank was gonna get it so many times. You knew that this guy and that guy was gonna get it so many times. You knew that Colin Kaepernick was gonna run. The Packers is built different from that team to this team. This Packers team, we don't have a true number one receiver. Anybody can catch the ball. One play, the ball might go to Reed, it might go to Dow, might go to Watson, might go to Milton, might go to Wicks, might go to Matthew Golden, might go to Saban, might go to this guy, that guy. So the Packers offense is unpredictable. We got a bunch of receivers. We got three tight ends: Ben Sims, Musgrave, and Kraft. So this team, to me, is the way they're built. Malik Willis would dominate with this team just off how they build. They don't rely on one guy. And Josh Jacobs, he don't care if he get 20 carries or 5 carries. He care about winning. So you put Malik Willis under center, the whole team is different entirely. Telling you, bro. And Malik got confidence. And on top of that, King, the way that Malik stands in the pocket, he don't throw off his back foot. Malik Willis, he's standing that bitch firm, which Jordan Love does not. So he gonna command respect. You're gonna have to worry about him running. You're gonna have to guard the pass, and you got to worry about Josh Jacobs, and you got to worry about who's the ball going to. Is it going to Ben Sims? Is it going to Musgrave? Is it going to Kraft? Is it going to Golden? Like, you don't know where it's going. And like you said, Matt LaFleur's one of the best play callers in the business. So when you put a top 10 coach, as you say, in Matt LaFleur with Malik Willis, but those two together, that'd be nasty. I ain't gonna lie. That tandem right there, that'd be
Yeah,
some nasty shit.
until NFL teams got enough film and
It didn't matter.
decided we finna make Malik Willis throw the ball 30 times a game.
They already had you, and once again, you can't make him throw it 30 times because once again, Josh Jacobs is a force in the NFL. You have to respect Josh Jacobs. Jacobs is not gonna he's not gonna be held like Jacobs might have a game here and there where he don't do well, but Jacobs is gonna play well more times than not. So he can lean on Josh Jacobs in certain situations. He can lean on hitting multiple different receivers. The Packers have one of the fastest receiving core in football. One of, not the fastest probably, but one of the fastest receiving core in the league. So Malik Willis got plenty of options at tight end and at receiver. So it's not going to be as easy as you think to just stop Malik Willis. It's going to be a lot more difficult than Jordan Love. And Malik's not going to and on top of that, Malik Willis, he's not going to turn the ball over as much as Jordan Love. Love's the type of nigga, bro. He forced shit. He forces throws that ain't there. And when a throw is there, he overthrow people or underthrow them. Malik Willis not going to turn the ball over as much. He's going to take care of the football. And he's going to make good decisions, unlike Jordan Love. And he's going to stand firm in the pocket and make good decisions, unlike Jordan Love. And he's also a young player as well. He's young just like he is. How come Malik Willis young just like Jordan Love is, but he's making better decisions? It
Bro,
tells you everything you know about Jordan Love.
bro, Malik Willis went to Green Bay after looking like the worst quarterback to come into the NFL in the
He didn't,
last 40 years.
he played on a trash Titans team. Who on the
Okay. Can
Titans?
I
Who,
finish?
go ahead and cap, bro.
Okay. So he went on to the Packers team, and Matt LaFleur, being the great coach and play caller that he is, crafted some game plans that was put Malik Willis in the best possible position to succeed. It was only for a handful of games. So my point is that if he was your full-time starter and teams was able to get enough game film on what Matt LaFleur wanted to do with him, they would shut all that running, scrambling shit down, force him to have to beat them from the pocket, And I'm not convinced. I haven't seen enough to show me that he can consistently beat teams with his right arm. So I understand he played well.
I could tell you don't know football because Malik Willis is not going to throw the ball 30 times. You see, look, you're looking at Jordan Love and you're saying, well, oh, he got to throw like Jordan Love. So Jordan Love throw the ball 30 times. That's what he did.
No, it's not about Jordan Love. It's because I've seen guys like Cam Newton, Michael
Did
Vick.
Cam Newton have Matt LaFleur?
Listen, Cam Newton, Michael Vick,
Who was his weapons? You got to
Colin Colin
you got to give
Kaepernick.
context. You're not giving
Okay,
context. You
okay,
just saying
Michael
Cam
Vick
Newton.
with Andy Reid.
Who was on his team? Who's
He
the
had
receivers
Mike.
and the tight ends?
He had Deshaun Jackson. He had Shady
But
McCoy.
Deshaun
He had
Jackson's an
Jeremy.
obvious name.
No,
You
what do
see,
you? I
when you
said
have
Michael
Deshaun,
Vick. See, you're not listening, Mike. You just want to overtalk me, bro.
oh my God, bro, when you said Deshaun Jackson out your mouth, if I'm a defense and I see Deshaun Jackson, you know for a fact he's going to get the ball X amount of times. When you look at the Packers once again, you keep neglecting the way the Packers are built. They don't allow one guy to get so many touches. They spread the ball around to everybody. They don't say, "Oh, you're guaranteed getting 15 touches." That's not how they play. We don't have a Devontae Adams. We don't have a Greg Jennings, James Jones, none of those niggas anymore. We don't have a Sterling Sharp anymore. We
Yeah, but
spread the ball for multiple people.
bro, that point does not take away the fact of how teams defend a running quarterback when they get tape on them. So if you have a running quarterback, what teams are going to adjust? They're gonna take away the ability for him to break to escape to the right or escape to the left. They're gonna keep a spy on him in the middle of the field. Like they make adjustments and force him to have to throw the ball. And if
Yeah,
they're
but it's going to
forcing him
be
to have
easier
to
to
throw
throw
the
the
ball,
ball.
especially teams that has a good run defense where Jacob can't just
That
go
don't, that
off
don't
and
matter.
they can turn around and hand the ball off, or a team jumps out on you and they up 14 points, they up 10 points, they up 17. You now
Jacobs
are
not just a
forced to
runner.
throw the ball.
Jacobs is not just a runner. I like how you try to do that. Jacobs is not just a he's not just a guy you put in the back and say, hey, you're gonna hand thief from the back. No. He can't get to the outside and catch the ball on the outside. So don't get that shit twisted.
So are you saying that no team would be able to force Green Bay to have to throw the ball? Green Bay
What
is
I'm
going to be
saying
able to
is
dictate terms every week, no matter who they play.
what I'm saying is the Packers, if they throw the ball, it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be easier to pass it. The point I'm making is, Ken, it's gonna be easier to pass the ball for Malik than it is Jordan Love because with Jordan Love, you don't have to worry about him even leaving the pocket at all. So you don't even have to put him down there for him. With Malik Willis, he's gonna force you to play more closer because you are worried about him taking off, which is going to make his job a little easier in the passing game compared to Jordan Love. And like I said, Malik's not going to force a throw like Jordan Love is. Malik's going to take the sack like he did in those games, or he's going to throw the ball away. Jordan Love's going to say, fuck it. You ain't open? I don't give a damn. He's going to throw it to you anyway. Like he did to Christian Watson against the 49ers. Like he did against the Eagles when he just forced those throws. Malik, if you put Malik in that Eagles playoff game, he's not throwing 4 interceptions because he's not going to force that. That's why I say I like Malik because even if teams, let's say Ken, you're right. Let's say teams make him throw about 30 times, right? He's not going to turn the ball over the way Jordan Love does because he's not going to make the same decisions like Jordan Love does. He's not going to force them that they ain't there. He might throw it 30 times, but he's not going to be throwing a whole bunch of interceptions. So he's not going to force what ain't there. He's going to take the sack or he's going to throw it out of bounds. That's why I respect Malik with us because he's all about taking care of the ball. He might throw it 30, 40 times, however you say, but he's not going to turn it over. That's the big reason why I say I'd rather have a Malik. Malik's not better than Jordan Love. Jordan Love's more talented. But the problem with Jordan Love is that he forces things that's not there. Malik's not going to do that. He's going to throw it out or take the sack. Whenever I watch him play those games that he played, he either took the sack or he threw it out of bounds. Jordan Love's going to force that motherfucker. It's going to be a pick six.
But how do you know he ain't gonna throw no picks if he ain't played in the game where he got to throw it 30 times?
No, because even if Malik does throw one pick per se, he's not going to have as many turnovers. If Malik played the same amount of games as Jordan Love, he's not throwing the same amount of picks because he's not going to force anything that ain't there. The only picks Malik might throw is he might throw it to somebody, it touch their hands, and somebody else get it, or it slip out and somebody get it that way. But as far as Malik goes, he's not forcing throws. When I watch Malik play and I watch Jordan Love, yeah, short film, yeah, I know he didn't play a lot of snaps, but he doesn't force anything that ain't there. He'll take the sack or he'll throw out of bounds. Jordan Love's gonna say, "Fuck all that. We throwing it anyway." That's his problem. Jordan Love don't care. He's gonna throw that motherfucker. He don't give a damn. Jordan Love's a gunslinger. Jordan Love remind me of what's his name? Brett Favre. Yeah, gunslinger. He don't give a damn. 3-on-1, 4-on-1, don't matter. He's throwing it. Malik Willis is not a gunslinger. He's more of a quarterback to me. He's not a gun. He's not gonna just gun it. And like I told you as well, King, I love the way Malik stands in the pocket. He's staying firm. Jordan Love, the way he stands in the pocket, he looks scared, bro. He was like he worried about getting hit. As soon as he get the ball, he's like, oh fuck. Malik stand that bitch firm. And
You
Hank was
talking
just throwing in the room there. So that's just me, man. I mean, Jordan Love's a talented guy, but like I said, his IQ is low. I'm taking Malik's IQ any day. If Malik and Jordan Love play the same amount of games, made the same amount of passes, Malik might have 2 to 3 interceptions. Versus Jordan Love, Love gonna have 8 with his eyes closed because he don't care. He's just forcing that bitch. A lot of his throws is so bad. Like Malik Willis is gonna have a better completion percentage. If Malik throw it 30 times, Love throw it 30 times. I trust Malik. If they both throw it 30 times, I'm taking Malik. Just our decision making. He's not gonna throw the ball to his boyfriend 30 fucking times. Jordan Love, my issue with him is he's so in love with Christian Watson. I understand Watson is 6'5", but bro, all of Jordan Love's interceptions damn near is all going to Watson. The pick he threw against the Niners, that was throwing the ball to Watson. The pick he threw against the Broncos, when he played the Broncos, he threw that pick trying to get to Watson. Another one against the Raiders, that pick he threw trying to get to Watson. I can go on and on and on. Malik Willis is not going to just look at Watson. He's going to look at other guys and say, hey, let me get the ball to the other guys. He's not going to just say, oh, there's Watson, he's 6'5". Which is why I say also I like Malik Willis because he's going to play team ball. Jordan Love, I feel like he's too in love with Watson. And that's the downfall of the team. It just is, bro. I don't care if Watson was 6'9". You treat this man like he Megatron. And he's not. He fast, but he flimsy as fuck. Fall down by himself, lousy hands. And you just keep doing it to him. It's just terrible. You don't want to give Reed a chance. You don't want to give other guys a chance. You just want to throw the ball to Watson. Fuck Watson. This is why I love Malik Willis, man. Malik Willis, he gonna give you something different. He gonna
Bro,
play team
bro, stop
ball.
talking
He
about
gonna
Malik Willis like he's some damn world beater, bro.
Malik Willis. I'm not saying he's a world beater. I'm not saying he's a Hall of Famer. I'm not saying he's an MVP. And matter of fact, King, I'm not even saying Malik is better than Jordan Love. But the like I told you, the one thing that Malik is better than Jordan Love at, no, two things: running out of the pocket, and two, not turning the ball over. Jordan Love, I know for a fact he gonna turn the ball over a lot. If Jordan Love play 5 games, he might give you 6 turnovers. Malik play them same 5 games and throw the ball same amount of times he did, he might have one, maybe two, possibly three. So I trust Malik more
How
in
many
every
turnovers?
aspect.
How many interceptions did Jordan Love throw last year?
Let me look it up now. I'm about to look it up right now. Jordan Love. He had 25 INT. No, hold on. Was it 2024?
Yeah.
He had 11 INTs. He had
Okay.
11. He had 11 in 2024, and he had 11 the year before too. So the last 2 years, he's averaged 11 interceptions. The last 2 seasons. If Malik plays them same games as he do, he's not averaging 11 interceptions. Hell no. Even
Shit,
if
he
he's
might
throwing the
have
ball,
more than that.
huh?
He might have more than that.
No, he's not going to have more than that because I just told you, King. When I watched Malik play, Malik showed me. What did I tell you, King? What did I say he showed me? He's gonna take the sack or he's gonna throw it out of bounds. He's not gonna just say, "Oh, you know what? Fuck it, I'm just gonna gun this bitch." That's not his mentality. He's gonna take the sack, which is gonna back you up. I'd rather you take the sack and get backed up, or you throw out of bounds. With Malik, when I watched him play in all those games, the few games he played, he showed like I ain't about to just force it, which I respect about him. Jordan Love he just don't care, bro. He just don't care at all. Which is why I say I'm taking Malik. And like I told you, another thing that helps Malik as well, like I said, with his ability to run, the defense is gonna have to spy on him. You can't just have everybody sitting back. You're gonna have to bring somebody forward to worry about Malik, and that's gonna open up something else on the backside. I might have Jay Reed cross the lane. I might have Golden go this way. The Packers have one of the fast receiving core in the league. You pair that with Malik Willis and Matt LaFleur, one of the best play callers in football. Man, I don't care what tape they got on him.
Malik
He's not
Willis
gonna do
is,
it.
bro. Malik Willis is not a world beater. He's not
I
better
didn't
than
I didn't
Jordan
I didn't
Love.
say that. No, I didn't say. Look, I didn't say. I said he better than Jordan Love in two aspects: turnovers and running the football.
Okay, he can be a better runner, but his
No, no,
position is
also mention
quarterback. So
turnovers.
being able
No,
to run the
no,
ball
no,
better don't
don't do
mean shit.
that. Don't do that shit, King. I also mentioned turnovers. Don't just mention one thing I said, not the
No,
other.
bro, you can't mention turnovers because we ain't
Yes,
seen
yes,
him
I can.
in a
Because I
full
watched the way.
season as a quarterback in Green Bay.
No, because the reason why I said turnover, because once again, when I watched Malik Willis play, he doesn't play like Jordan Love. Love don't give a damn who's this or that. He's going to force to play. Jordan Love's the kind of nigga, King. He can see a car crossing the road, and he'll say, "You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna walk across the street anyway. Get hit by a car." That's what Jordan Love is. Malik's the kind of guy. He see that car coming, he gonna stop and wait. Let that car bypass. That's Malik. He ain't gonna just say, "Fuck it. The car coming. Fuck it. I'm still going." That's not how Malik play. He gonna wait, let the car pass, and he gonna do him. In the few games that I watched him, he showed me no indication he gonna just force it.
Yeah, because your coach crafted a game plan with all of this misdirection and running the football, wide receiver, reverses, and all. So he did a whole bunch of shit to hide your quarterback.
No,
The
but
one
once
thing he
again, you
gave
gotta
him
give
on it,
credit. You gotta
and you
give
can
credit
no
to the
longer
quarterback.
hide him, and he's
You
forced to
see,
have
where
to
you
drop
give
back
credit in,
and throw the
you
football.
discrediting you discrediting the quarterback because Malik Willis. The thing you're failing to realize, King, your coach can call the play, right? It's up to the quarterback to follow what you're saying because Malik, he could have said fuck you and do his own fucking thing. He could have very well did that. So you got to give him credit for running what the coach is talking about, and you got to give him credit because even when Malik Willis did make throws, he didn't force anything. When I watched Malik play, he could have. There's so many times where he could have just forced a throw, and he didn't do it. So you got to give him credit. You got to give him credit for coming out and running what the coach is doing for one, and two, you got to give him credit because he didn't force anything. He could have easily said, you know what, Jay Reed got three guys on him. I'm still throwing it to him. He could have done that because there's times where Matt LaFleur called a play. I watched it in the Titans game. There was a play that Matt LaFleur called, and Malik tried to make he tried to make the play, but once he saw the play wasn't working, instead of him just forcing that ball to Christian Watson, he went and hit Jay Reed. He could say, you know what, fuck Reed, I'm gonna force the bitch Watson. It was so many plays where he could have easily just said force it, and he didn't do it. Which Jordan Love would have just said fuck it because Jordan Love got some kind of crush on Christian Watson. I don't know what it is with those two guys or what they be doing behind the scenes, but there's no way in hell you're telling me you're forcing Mr. Watson over and over and over. It's just crazy. You know what? I think those two is dating.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
I'm being real, bro. The way he be forcing the ball to Watson, it's disgusting. And I blame Matt LaFleur too. I don't put it all on Jordan Love King. I also blame Matt LaFleur because why do you keep drawing up plays for this bitch ass nigga? Draw plays for Jaden Reed. Jaden Reed to me, Jaden Reed to me is better than Watson. Jaden Reed and Dobbs is better. Their routes is better. They got better hands. Well, you should have most of your plays going to those two niggas. And Matthew Golden, you should draw plays for him too. Stop drawing up a bunch of plays for Watson. Watson's plays that should be limited. He should get no more than 5 targets a game. No more than 5. Jay Reed need to be getting 10 plus. Gold need to be getting 10 plus. Wicks, Dobbs, Crab need to be getting 15. He too big. Musgrave need to be getting 10. I'm just being real. Watson's touch needs to go way down. Way down. Bring his shit down. Josh Jacobs need to be getting 15. But yeah, man, Malik Willis a dog, man. I would start him at quarterback with me. If I was the GM, I would tell Matt LaFleur, you start return Malik Willis. Fuck Jordan Love. I would have Malik starting if it was me.
You wild.
No, I'm not. I'd rather have a guy. I'd rather have a guy that knows how to stand in the pocket. Because Jordan Love don't. Every time I see Love in the pocket, you want to be off your back foot. It's just terrible. You throwing off your back foot. You throwing these lousy ass throws. Give me Malik Willis any day of the week. And I'm not saying Jordan Love's a bad player, but I think Jordan Love's not made for the Packers. He don't fit what the Packers want to do, bro. If you're Green Bay, you should move off of him after his contract is up and start Malik Willis, bro. Malik Willis, you need to be in the lab, training hard because your time is coming. Malik to be in the gym training, bro. Jordan Love gonna be up out of here. We gotta wait 3, 4 years to do this bullshit and Love gonna be up out of here. Get this light skinned bastard off my team.
Bro, he ain't going nowhere. Y'all just gave him a new contract.
No, did you not hear what I just said? I said in 3, 4 years when his contract is up, his ass gonna be out of here. Gonna be gone.
I doubt it.
Yep. You can doubt all you want. Us Packer fans not gonna accept trashness. We just not, bro. We gonna complain to the board and get them out of there, bro. Whatever we
Unless
gotta
he,
do to get out of there. Sign a petition, something, bro.
unless he completely fall on his face, he ain't going nowhere. He y'all quarterback for the future.
Not if Brian Burdick is in the ocean.
In the ocean. Don't start that shit, Mike.
I'm telling you, King, you gonna
Don't
call me
start
a
that.
singer kid.
Don't start that shit, bro.
You gonna call me to say some shit, bro. Brian Burdick, I'm telling you, that's gonna be your ass. If Matt LaFleur, if Luck keep playing how he playing, and Brian Burdick is allowing it, I feel bad for Brian Burdick. I ain't gonna say why, but I'm gonna feel bad for him. Cause us Packer fans is not gonna accept this too long. So Joe Love contract up, he better not get an extension. Mm-mm. It should be his last contract. Let his ass go. We should have kept fucking Rodgers. Rodgers would have fit perfect on this team
Bro,
with Jacobs and all these.
Aaron Rodgers is washed. He done.
Aaron Aaron Rodgers on this team, that should be crazy. Aaron Rodgers gonna be doing that hard count. 358, 319. Give me Rodgers right now with this nigga. Give me Sam Donald from last year. Not the Sam Donald for his career, but Sam Donald from last year over Jordan Love. But yeah, King man, if Brian Burkis, I ain't gonna say what, but Brian Burkis, you gonna be in trouble, dog. Us Packer fans gonna come to your house, bro. Ain't no security gonna be able to save you.
Stop threatening a GM, bro.
Man, the GM better get you better get shit right. You better fix this shit, man. Jordan Love should not get an extension no more. Let him finish that weak ass contract out. We can start Malik Willis.
Malik Willis ain't finna hang around for the next 5 years.
We gotta bring somebody else in then. Bring in the next man. I rather have Brock Purdy. I rather have Brock Purdy, Jordan Love. Brock Purdy better than him.
You leave Brock Purdy where he at.
Brock Purdy way better than Jordan Love, dumbass. Jordan Love can't wear Brock Purdy shoes.
Leave
Shit,
Brock Purdy, leave Brock Purdy where he at.
shit, I ain't gonna lie. Jordan Love can't wear Tua's shoes.
I don't know about that.
I do. If you put Tua, because Tua never had, you gotta think. Tua's never had a coach like Matt LaFleur. If
Yes,
you
he did.
put
What
Tua,
are you talking, bro? What are you talking about? He got Mike McDaniel. They all
Mike
came from the
McDaniel better.
same coaching tree.
He's not better than Matt LaFleur.
I'm saying, well, I don't know. I don't know that.
Bro, stop that, bro.
I don't know that. Tua was trash before Matt LaFleur got there. They thought he was a
Man,
bust, and since then, they've had one of the best offenses in the NFL every year.
man, but you gotta think on the Dolphins. Their offense is predictable because you already know that Tyreek Hill gonna get the ball so many times. You know that while them guys will get the ball so many opportunities. If you put two on this Packers team where there's not one number one receiver, and you got Josh Jacobs, you got one of the better O lines of football. You got a defense that ranked what top 10 last year. You give that to Tua, ooh shit. Oh, I tell you,
Bro, why are you trying to shit on superstar players or all-star players like they're lesser than the unknown, young guys on your team? Like that shit is
because
crazy.
no, because on the Dolphins, defenses know that the ball's going to Tua. I mean, not Tua. Defenses know the ball's going to Tyreek Hill. That's not rocket science. But if you put two on the Packers, you don't know where the ball's going. And on top of that, the Dolphins' O line is garbage compared to the Packers. The Packers got the better O line. They got a shit ton of weapons all over the fucking field. You got Matt LaFleur. You got Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs is better than any running back playing for the Dolphins. Moster ain't shit to fucking Josh Jacobs. Let's not do this. The running backs for the Dolphins ain't shit to Josh Jacobs. Not even close.
I'll take their backfield over yours.
No, I didn't say no. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. The Dolphins O line is not that good. The Packers O line is way better. So I would only I would the reason why I'm taking Josh Jacobs because like I said, he's playing behind a better O line. So if you give two of this offensive line, that's one of the best in football. Now, I ain't saying it's the best, but it's one of the best. So you're giving two a better O line. You're giving him Josh Jacobs with a bunch of receivers. It's a different game. It's a different game. And you're giving him a better defense. The Dolphins' defense is not as good as the Packers. Run or pass.
Yeah, and as soon as somebody breathe on him, he gonna have a concussion and miss 10 games.
How you going to breathe on him? The Packers' O line is one of the best in football. Zach,
Well,
Zach,
wait. You complain about Jordan Love taking sacks. And and
Jordan
and
Love.
uh and Tua don't run neither. Like he's less of a scrambler than Jordan Love is. And he's
No,
way
but
smaller. And he's injury prone. And his arm ain't as strong.
man, Jordan Love arm not strong. It's not. Jordan Love arm. Jordan Love got noodles for arms. I don't see any strength in his arms at all. Whenever he hears, remember I told you, King, when he would love pass the ball, I close my eyes and pray.
Yeah. And every time Tua snap the ball, you're gonna close your eyes and pray that don't nobody breathe on his ass.
You're not going to be able to breathe on him. It's not going to be the same thing because, like I said, Jenkins is an all pro. He's an all pro line like Jenkins, Zach Tom, and Banks. Those three right there is really solid O linemen. Like I said, the Packers O line is really solid. So Tua's not going to be touched very often because the O line is really stout, and you got Josh Jacobs. So you're not going to get touched very often compared to the Dolphins. He's going to have time in the pocket to sit back and make his decisions. So yeah, I would say Tua would do better with the Packers than Jordan Love. Tua, Jared Goff, Jay Daniels. As a matter of fact, I wasn't even gonna do this, but Trevor Lawrence, as bad as he's playing with the fucking Jaguars, if you put Trevor Lawrence next to Matt LaFleur gonna make him look good. He gonna make him look real good, especially in the regular season. Trevor Lawrence and Matt LaFleur, that'd be a deadly combination. Oh, I tell you, that'd be some deadly shit there.
Stop it.
Shit, stop what? Keeping it in 100. Matt LaFleur, one of the best coaches in the league, man. Doug Peterson, I understand that he was great. He was great at one point, right? But Doug Peterson is trash right now. He's garbage. You put Trevor Lawrence with Matt LaFleur, a winning coach. I guarantee you,
Bruh,
his
stop, Mike. Stop. Doug
no,
Peterson won the
no,
Super Bowl.
no. I'm not talking about no. I'm not talking about Super Bowl. I'm talking about regular season because Matt LaFleur got how many 13-win seasons? 3.
Yeah,
Matt
with a
LaFleur
Hall of
got
Fame quarterback,
3.
like you said. With a Hall of
No,
Fame
no,
quarterback.
no, because Aaron. No, we got to give Matt LaFleur credit because
No,
Aaron
nigga, hell
Rodgers.
no. No, I don't. You don't give him credit. You
No,
don't
we
give
got to
him
give
credit for
him.
none of them seasons. You give all the credit to Aaron Rodgers. Now all of a
No,
sudden you
no,
want to give him credit. Hell no.
no.
Goddamn, Doug Peterson did that shit with fucking with a bum journey quarterback and won
and
the Super Bowl, beat the Patriots, beat Bill
and
Belichick. Stop it.
and and once again, what was Aaron Rodgers doing prior to Matt LaFleur?
He already won the Super Bowl prior to
No,
Matt
no,
LaFleur.
no. When I say prior, Aaron Rodgers was looking like he was done because he was beefing with what's his name. Him and Mike McCarthy was beefing, and the team was slipping. So Mike McCarthy got fired. They brought in Matt LaFleur. When they
This
brought in
nigga,
Matt LaFleur, Aaron Rodgers won uno, dos, tres
this is the
MVPs.
biggest troll job I've ever seen in my life. You be flip flopping against your own arguments from one week to the next. You just told somebody the other day that Aaron Rodgers won the Super Bowl without Matt LaFleur. He made Matt LaFleur. Now here you is trying to act like Matt LaFleur is the reason for the success and not Aaron Rodgers.
No,
You
no, no,
argue
no, no,
both
no. We got
sides.
to give. No, no, no. I'm gonna give credit to both guys. Half of the credit goes to Matt LaFleur, and half goes to Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, but now you're trying to say Matt LaFleur is ahead of a dude like Doug Peterson who won the Super Bowl with a nobody, with a
Matt
journeyman
LaFleur took
quarterback.
Matt LaFleur. Okay, so look, let's leave Rodgers out of it then. Matt LaFleur took a rookie quarterback. Love's not a rookie, but Matt LaFleur took a quarterback in Jordan Love that was playing his first season and took him to the playoffs with the youngest team in football. And in the very next year, Matt LaFleur followed it up again and made the playoffs again. So the first year, he took Jordan Love, first time starting, won 9 games, made the playoffs. The next year, the Packers win 11, 12 games. So Matt LaFleur is taking a quarterback that has barely started playing He made the playoffs back to back. So we got to give him out for that. And he also took Malik Willis and won games without Jordan Love. So got to give him credit. Matt LaFleur is pretty good in the regular season. So Trevor Lawrence would do way better over here.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
I do. Matt LaFleur is a fucking guru in the regular season. And then Matt LaFleur almost beat the Niners with the first year quarterback. Got to give him credit. He wiped out the
Almost is not good
Cowboys.
enough.
No, but you're missing the point though. He took because you got to think that just the year prior they missed the playoffs. You follow me, King? We had missed the playoffs just the year prior. Matt LaFleur took a first year starting quarterback to the playoffs, and then the next year he followed it up and took him back to the playoffs again. So Matt LaFleur has proven that like he's only missed the playoffs one time in his 6-year career as the Packers coach. So he's basically 5-1 as the coach making the playoffs. Got to give him credit. Got a winning record. He's like Matt LaFleur's kind of like what's the name? Coach for the Steelers. Winning record making the playoffs, man. Got to give him that.
Quite honestly, I'm the one who's always given him credit. You've always taken it away.
Oh me?
Yeah, you. So it's funny now that you're giving him all this credit.
I mean, I
So
give him credit for. I'm
you're
giving
gonna
him
be
credit for
talking
the
shit.
regular
You're gonna be
season.
talking shit about him again when the season starts.
No, I won't because he's a regular season. What I tell you, he's a regular season guru. This is what he does. In the regular season, he looks good, and then the playoff time come around, it's like, oh shit. So I'm not worried about him in the regular season. I'm worried about him in the playoffs. When the playoff time comes, that's the part I'm worried about. But am I worried about him in the regular season? No. Because I already know what he can do in the regular season.
No, when y'all lose to Chicago, you gonna blame him.
And I'm not worried about him in the regular season, bro. He's a fucking dog in the regular season, man. Matt LaFleur is the Mike D'Antoni of the NFL. In the regular season, you know for a fact he could win games. You know who else I compare Matt LaFleur to? I compare him to Mike Budenholzer. Remember when the Bucks kept winning all 60 plus games a year and was getting their ass killed in the playoffs? That's Matt LaFleur.
Didn't he win the Super Bowl? I mean, a championship though.
Yeah, but I'm talking about prior to that. The Bucks had a few seasons where they won 60 plus games, and then they got their ass killed. I mean, they did eventually win the championship, but I'm talking about prior to that, they had a bunch of years where they won 60 plus games, and they were getting killed in the playoff. And on top of that, everybody got hurt that year and allowed the Bucks to win. Chris Paul got hurt in the finals. He still played, but he was hurt. A couple guys was hurt in the finals when the Bucks played them. And before that, teams got hurt before that. That was the most injury prone playoffs. Well, one of them. So that's really how Giannis got that one. I mean, a chip to chip, but still. The same thing with the Heat when the Heat got hurt in the when they played the Lakers. When Dragic went out and the Butler was hurt. So yeah, man. Luck plays a role in winning, King. The same way Brock Purdy got hurt and y'all lost. If Brock Purdy plays, y'all probably win. So every team needs a little bit of luck for them to win. Whether it's somebody getting hurt, whether it's play calls, but just certain shit. The same way KD got hurt and the Raptors won. If KD doesn't get hurt, do the Raptors still win? No. If KD and Clay doesn't go down, they would have beat the Raptors in 5. Well,
So get your hand.
Okay. So, oh,
Off to a piece of the house. I'm gonna take you there on a trip next month or whatever. But there's this incredible phone. Why do you face it like that?
I thought you were going to propose.
Did you see that video I sent you?
yeah, that video was pointless, man. I mean, everybody knew that the Packers weren't doing shit. Everybody knew y'all was gonna win, bro. That video was pointless.
Everybody did not know. I ain't know.
I did. The Packers always lose to the fucking Niners. The last time the Packers beat the Niners successfully, they had Brett Favre. And I'm not talking about regular season, sir.
I know what you're talking about.
Aaron Rodgers is cursed against y'all in the playoffs. And look, even without Rodgers, Jordan Love's not better than Rodgers. So I knew if Rodgers couldn't beat y'all, I knew Love wasn't. Couldn't beat y'all, I knew Love wasn't. I was gonna keep it a bean. If Rodgers couldn't beat y'all, Love wasn't gonna beat y'all. So that video was pointless. Whoever made it should be ashamed of themselves.
Did you watch it? The whole thing?
I watched bits and pieces of it, but the video ain't telling me nothing that I already didn't know or shouldn't have known.
But nah. So the main thing was it was a very close and entertaining game, bro.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, bro, yes, it was. It was
No, it's
like
not because
it was like 6 lead changes in that game.
A game can be only be entertaining if you don't know who's gonna win. If you know who's gonna win, it's kind of like this game. Because I already knew y'all were gonna beat us, it made the game unentertaining because I already knew like we always lose to y'all in the playoffs. So even though it was close and back and forth, we could have been about 30 points, and I still would have been like, we're not winning this game because y'all beating us so freaking much in the playoffs. It's not even funny.
Bro,
So the game was not entertaining.
didn't you bet me in that game that y'all was gonna beat us?
I betted you become a Packers fan.
You a Packers fan right now. You won't make no bets on your Packers.
You, well, the reason why I'm not betting them anymore because they've shown me a lot of a lack of maturity, a lack of self confidence in the team. Like I said, Brian Broderkiss, he don't care, bro. Him, Matt LaFleur, these guys are all about the regular season. So that's why I'm not betting this season. I'm not gonna keep giving away. I'm not gonna give away money this season. As far as the NFL goes, I've already done it in basketball, but as far as NFL goes, I'm not making any bets during the regular season. I ain't making none.
So you scared.
Why shouldn't I be scared? The Packers have been showing me bullshit. Why shouldn't I be? The
Because
hell,
I thought you was a dog.
bro? Is the difference of you like me being a dog is not gonna help John Love be a dog. Our team is a bunch of cats portraying to be dogs. I'm a dog, but the team's not. You can't compare me to the team, King.
Yes,
Just
I
because I'm
can.
a dog, I mean the team is a dog. It's not even a
No,
comparison.
I'm not trying to bet the team. I'm trying to bet you. And you so much of a kitty cat. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. You don't want to
You
take
can
no
say what
bet.
you want to say, King. I'm standing on standing on business.
That's not standing on business, man.
Yes, it is because I'm not letting you sway my. I'm not letting you change my opinion because you sound like one of those dudes that be the gambling thing. And let's say I'm gambling, I win 15,000. You trying to convince me to bet 20? What you trying to convince me to bet the 15,000 and try to get something else? And I'm telling you, hell no. I keep my 15,000.
Yeah, but the problem is you ain't won 15,000 because you don't want to bet.
No, you're missing my point,
You
bro.
may you may come in with 15,000. And so I'm trying to
How
get
do
you to
you
bet
just
the 15,000 so that you can win 20,000. But you too scared to bet
King?
any of your 15,000.
Can you just can you flip flop the entire thing I just said? I said you're to casinos or places like that where you win money. The people that have won money and they convince you to bet it and they come up with nothing. When they should have just took the money they already had. So the point I'm making to you is that I'm taking money I already have. I'm not putting that money down. Fuck that. You can call me a kitty cat. You can call me a ritty cat. Call me a rug rat. Whatever you want. I'm not changing my opinion, bro. I'm staying out the way. I don't believe in the Packers this year, but I'm definitely gonna be watching every game because that's what I do. But I don't believe in the team this year. I see us winning a bunch of regular season games that don't matter. Get to the playoffs, get our belt to ass. That's what I see. And I don't care what anybody calls it. I can't be a fanboy forever. I gotta be a realist. I was being a fanboy for years. Now I gotta be a fan. So instead of being a fanboy, I'm gonna be a fan. And being a fan means being real.
I understand, bro.
Yeah. Because you gotta think, King, when you're a fanboy, you don't care if your team is good or not. You gonna bet whatever. But when you're a fan and not a fanboy, you think with logic. Like for example, Knicks fans, most of them is fanboys. They don't think with logic. Like Cowboy fans. Cowboy fans have logic, King? No, they fanboys. They ain't just fans. And I can't be that. I can't be a fanboy. I gotta be a fan. Being a fan is being real. Like for example, when I had the Lakers beating the T Wolves, I was being a fanboy, not a fan. And we saw what happened. But yeah, King, man, you tried to get me, but you failed miserably. It's all good.
Yeah, I ain't trying to get you, bro. Okay.
We all fail sometimes, you know what I'm saying? And life is what it's about, man. I'm gonna take some L's and
If you're too scared to bet on your team, buddy, then who am I? Right?
hey, I'd rather be scared and smart than scared and dumb.
I got you.
You know what I mean? Like for example, like if Michael Myers is coming, King, if I'm smart and scared, then I'm gonna know how to escape. But if I'm scared and dumb, you know what's gonna happen? He gonna catch my ass. But if I'm smart and I'm scared, it's a different game.
Well, scared is scared.
Now it's different kind of scared. They're scared like you could be scared and fight. You could be scared and run. Like there's different kinds of scared.
But
There's
you're
different
still
kinds of
scared.
scared.
So,
And call what you want, man.
I mean, fear is fear. Regardless of how it's dressed up, it's still fear.
Everybody has been scared before, so let's not do that. Everybody's had their fears in their lifetime.
That may be true.
And I ain't finna bet on no Jordan Love. You a bum. I ain't betting on that dude. Nope. I ain't putting no more money into Jordan Love. The dude does nothing but play like ass. Year in, year out. It's disgusting.
But
I
he's
ain't
only
even
played
I ain't
two
even
years.
huh?
He's only played 2 years, and he wasn't ass in either year.
He you know how ass he was, King? I'm not even wearing my Packers jersey until he step up. Until he start playing better football, I'm not wearing his jersey, bro. I'm gonna leave that motherfucker right in my closet. Leave right in the motherfucker hanger. He gotta earn my respect. So far he hasn't gotten it. I'm not even wearing my jersey this year, man. Leash right in my fucking closet.
Mm.
I love the Packers, but right now I'm just not gonna wear y'all jersey this year. Now Jordan will come out here and he's showing he won it. Different game. But as of right now, I'm not wearing his jersey. He got to show me something, bro. He he better go on a 9 game win streak or some shit. You better be doing some spectacular shit. He throwing 400 yards and getting 5, 6 touchdowns. Something. And yes, I got high standards. Yep.
Them
I
standards
got
sound ridiculous.
doesn't matter. That's my standard. I got high standards for the youngster. Either he gonna step up or step down. I don't got them Brock Purdy standards. Mm-mm. We got high
Didn't I
standards
tell
over here.
didn't I tell you to leave Brock Purdy out of this?
No, because Brock Purdy got low standards. Jordan Love got high standards. Jordan
No.
Love got very high standards.
Brock Purdy got the same standards. The standard is to win the Super Bowl.
No, no. Jordan Love standards is higher than that.
What's
You
that?
can't just you can't just win a Super Bowl.
Why?
No,
That's all
mm-mm.
Aaron Rodgers did. That's all Brett Favre
And
did.
Rodgers before got MVPs and a Super Bowl. So
Man, fuck the MVP.
I expect Love to get at least 2 MVPs and a Super Bowl ring. If he can't do that, he don't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
Bro, he ain't been in the league
Hmm.
long enough to even be talking about no Hall of Fame, bro.
Man, he don't even belong in the league. So he probably should have stayed in college and just kept getting reps. He still ain't NFL rating.
How? He didn't win a playoff game.
Yep, against the Cowgirls.
Didn't count.
No, you don't. I don't.
Yes,
I
it
don't even
did.
count that. I don't even count that playoff game. I don't even count that.
Yeah, well, the Packers do. The
But
NFL
yeah,
record book, the NFL record book do.
yeah, that's them. They can count that weak ass shit. That shit was weak, bro. Beating the Cowgirls, bro. That shit was so boring. That game was boring as fuck, bro. So freaking boring.
Well, yeah, because it was a blowout.
No, but like playing the Cowgirls is lame, bro. Like playing them is lame at this point. They trash. I want to play the big dogs and beat them. I want to beat the big teams. Fuck the Cowgirls.
They was the number 2 seed that year.
I don't give a damn. Is the Cowgirls better than the Eagles?
They
No.
was that year.
Are they better than the Niners? No.
Okay.
Are they better than the Commanders? No.
They was
Are they
that
better
year.
than the Lions? No.
They was that year.
No, I'm not talking about record wise. I'm talking about team for team. Team for team. You're not talking about record. I'm talking about team for team.
I'm saying they beat Detroit that year in the regular season, and they had a higher seed, and they had a better record. They was
Nigga,
better than
that
Detroit.
was the regular. That was the regular season, though. That wasn't playoffs. The
I know
Cowboys are
because
not a good.
Green
The
Bay
Cowboys are
blew Dallas out in the playoffs.
okay, King. If you're gonna sit here and cap for the Cowgirls, then I'm just gonna.
You trying to diminish the Cowboys like they didn't do what they did that year. They had a
Cowboys is
damn good year.
trash. We got can please, bro, please, man, don't do this, man. The Cowgirls is garbage. They garbage, bro. Nobody takes the Cowgirls serious. Nobody. They is awful as a team. I don't even take them seriously. When the Packers beat them, bro, that's not even something to celebrate, bro. They ass. They trash. They garbage. They run defense is so fucking trash. Man, come on, dude. I don't want to play the Cowgirls no more in the playoffs, please. Let's get somebody else. These niggas is bums. I want to play competition and beat them. Playing the Cowgirls, that shit lame. I don't care if it was a 2 seed. That shit was lame. That was the weakest Packer playoff win in the history of the game.
The what?
It was one of the weakest playoff games I've seen from the Packers.
Boy, stop.
Playing
Stop.
the Cowgirls,
You trolling like a motherfucker,
and the
dude.
Cowgirls are trash. The
Man, I don't
Cowgirls,
care about that. They put up 49 points. To say that was one of the worst playoff games by the Packers, that your level of
no, no,
trolling is
no,
at an
no, you're not.
all-time high.
No, but that's your problem. You wasn't listening. I said when you play a team like the Cowgirls, they got a trash run defense. They got a trash pass defense. Their offense is catered to one player in City Lamb. They had no real running back in the backfield. The Cowboys are garbage. Playing them, that shit was garbage. It was awful. That was a gimme for the Packers. That was a gimme. I already knew we was gonna beat them too. The Packers played the Cowboys. I went and bet the house. I bet at the house. I don't never bet the house. I did that series because I already know they couldn't fuck with us. They trash. You got no run defense, no pass defense. They trash. I knew it was gonna beat them. I was never worried. I was never worried about the Cowgirls. They trash. If you want to give them credit, that's you. Those niggas trash. I don't want to ever play them again, bro. Not in the playoffs. They trash. Give me a real opponent. Those niggas is trash.
They were a real opponent.
Only in your head they were. In your opinion, they are. To me, they wasn't. I felt embarrassed playing them. That's how bad they were. And I knew it was gonna blow them out because they can't guard the run. I knew Aaron Jones was gonna do that shit. I'm not surprised or shocked. I said it before it happened.
5 years. 5 years of this doing. You don't even know that I hate heights.
I thought it would be fun. Jeez, Mel, you used to run marathons. I used to dream I'd be able to keep up with you, and now it's like,
What?
come on.
You think so, Texas?
No.
Mike up here trolling, bro. His trolling is at an all time high tonight or this morning.
That's your opinion.
I, for you,
I tried to get him into football mode earlier,
I hear you. I'm
let him see his Packers competing, fighting.
I want to.
He back on his bullshit again.
And if I say yes to you for this, well,
Call
Yeah,
it what you
yeah.
want.
Once he get into his full football mode, and people come up here talking bad about Jordan Love and his defense and his off, he gonna be like, I bet 1,000.
No, no, I'm not King because I can't defend Jordan Love no more. He's trash. I can't defend his trashness anymore. How am I supposed to defend a team that's trash? How can I defend that? There's no way to defend that.
what?
That's like defending you, King. King, that's like defending somebody who's making you look bad. Can't do it.
Before you start doing something, I want you to know that you learned, by the way.
Exactly.
I mean, ain't nobody making you look bad.
No, you totally miss what I'm saying. Let's say you was my manager, right? And you told your boss, "Hey, this dude right here, he work his ass off," and then your boss watch me work, and I'm fucking trash. I'm gonna make you look bad because you told your boss that I was a great worker and I ain't doing shit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about with Jordan Love and the Packers. It's like I can't defend a team that's not. You're not backing me up. You're not playing at a good level to where I can defend you.
No, but he is playing at a good level.
No, but even when he does play well, the team don't play well and they lose games. The Packers aren't good enough. They're not good enough for me to defend them. It's just not, bro. Texas, we can bet 1,000 right now. I'm not betting this season. We could bet 1,000 on that, Texas. I'm not betting this year, man. The Packers suck.
It's been a week. Oh, according to Cosmos Creative Calendar, this will take as long as 2 years. Well, I don't have 2.5 years. So, and I what Cosmos Creative Calendar says. This is vile. Wow. Well, it's good for you to suck it up. Oh, that's so pretty in this photo. You see, you look pretty. Thanks. Well, so do you. I mean, you look amazing in this photo. So beautiful, strong, purposeful. Cutter instead, wait. I know. You get to decide who you want to be. Not him, not me, but
Don't nobody want to watch no damn baseball.
just
Yep, not until the playoffs start.
your lovely word is not perfect, but she wasn't, drinking wine at 4 p.m. house hunting down memory lane. Oh,
Yeah,
fine.
I watch baseball, but not super close though.
This photo. Who took that? It was me. Photo with thousands of guys being madly in the game. Yeah. All right, listen, you people. That's that. Here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna get off the couch. You're gonna put them in a scrapbook. You're gonna stop listening to Bonnie Bear's early work, and you're gonna come to the gym with me. No, I hate the gym. You're a track and field record holder. You do not hate the gym. Yeah, I hate that in college, and I do hate the gym because I get the rest.
No more wasting time. No more wasting time. You are going to love this place. This is really not bad. Right, it's very expensive. No, it's like the place to be. It's from which guys work out. Hi, how's it going? Someone this place. Oh, Amy, I didn't even recognize you. Hi. How are you doing? Very good. Oh, let's change your logo. It's so much better than the last one. Last one's like real chintzy. That's cute. Okay. You okay now? Sorry, it's gonna be scary.
Dog day.
See, so what, King?
Well, Texas talking about they got dog day at the baseball. Nobody give a fuck about no damn dog day, bro. You there to watch a sport.
Dang, that's funny.
I'm gonna fuck with you, bro.
Hell yeah, King, for sure, man.
All right, man. Salute to you, bro.
Big salute, man. Much love, man.